Good morning, everyone. We're about ready to start the Ohio Board of Building Appeals for today. I am noticing that there are some people that are watching online that may not be signed in correctly as a presenter. So we have the ability to see that there's some people that are watching online, and that's all you can do is watch. You cannot participate. So it's probably a good idea for you to try to call in and participate via phone if you're having technical problems getting in as a presenter. There was a phone number that came in the email that Ms. Steer had sent out to you, and that way you can participate. Because if we don't have you in as a presenter, there is not a way for you to participate in your case today.
Okay, I think that's the announcement. Was Susan and/or Chip, was there some sense that Mr. Gable, the appellant, was going to participate today, if you know?
I didn't anticipate him showing up. I mean, but you never know. But this is an ongoing location that we're getting ready to discuss that's had the same variance granted already twice,
Okay.
so he may just think it was a wash.
Okay, all right. Well, let's try calling the case, and if he were to be a late entry as a presenter, we will hear from him. Nick, you ready to roll?
Sure am, and we're on the record.
Okay, very good. Let the record reflect it's Thursday, February 11th. It's hard to believe it's that late in the year already. It just seems like we had the end of the last year. But the board is convening to consider its regular docket today. And our first case on our docket was scheduled for 8:30, and noting that it's 8:36 right now, is an elevator division matter appeal. And this is case number 21-0011. And it deals with the Bayview Villas located up in Marblehead, Lakeside and Marblehead, and the division's adjudication number is noted on the docket. Before we went on the record, we heard from Mr. Updike as to what his thoughts were with respect to the appellant's participation. Mr. Gable, we don't necessarily expect him, but if he does appear, we will certainly hear from him. Chip, would you enter your appearance and spell your last name, please? Chip, you're muted.
Oh, you love it, wasting all that energy.
Yeah.
Charles Updike, UPDYKE, Chief Elevator Inspector for the state of Ohio.
Okay, very good. All right. Would you stand, raise your right hand, and Nick, would you administer the oath?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, Chip, we'll hear from you.
This is a 3-stop, 20-foot a minute incline chairlift, fully enclosed. The owner seeking a variance for the building project to exceed 14 feet of travel. And per ASME 18 2014 2.7, it restricts the travel of a fully enclosed vertical platform lift not to exceed 14 feet. The installation proposed is a fully enclosed vertical platform lift with a current travel of 20 feet. The project location has 3 other buildings with similar installs and approved variances. I have no objections or provisions.
Okay, questions of Mr. Updike from members of the board?
I have no questions, Mr. Chair. I mean, this is the third or fourth even, maybe, because I think these, actually, we had a few of these prior to Mr. Updike's and moving up into this position. So I have no worries about a variance for this one.
And Neil, aren't you familiar with this property? Or
I am, and I'm good with it too. I have no issues with it.
Okay, were the previous ones in the area of 20 feet as well?
Yeah, they're all around 18 to 20 feet. Yes. I believe the last one we did was 18, and the one previous to that was probably 20 feet, I believe. I didn't look them up, but the 20 feet does sound familiar.
And these are like for single person? Is that right?
Well, they're open to the public. They are keyed, and they're 20 feet a minute, so they're a third of the speed of a traditional elevator. So they're not real quick, and that's one of the reasons they don't want a lot of travel, because if you get any more higher than 20 feet, it's probably going to take you a half hour to get up there. They're a really slow moving lift, and they're just for the disabled people only. There's no service or delivery or anything like that utilizing these lifts.
I mean, is it one person elevator or is it?
Yeah, pretty much. They're made to accommodate a wheelchair and be able to spin that wheelchair around. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it either.
Okay, hearing a consensus among the four of us on the board, is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals case number 21-0011. The appellant is Bay Villas LLC for the premises Bayview Villas 6, located at 2626 South Waterside Court, Lakeside, Marblehead, Ohio 43440. The appellee is Charles Updike, Chief Elevator Inspector for the state of Ohio, and adjudication order number E 2021-67131. I move to grant the variance, noting the no objection of the Chief Elevator Inspector.
Okay, that motion, is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? The motion passes. The variance is granted on a 4-0 basis. Chip, anything further to come for the board?
No, thank you very much. You guys have a good day.
Thank you. You do the same.
Hey, Carl, before we go on to the next case, anyone having problems? I'm only getting initials on my screen of whoever's speaking.
Really? Okay. No, I see name. I see full names.
I don't have any pictures at all.
I had that earlier, so what we did is I just hung up and then re-entered the meeting, and then it was fine after that.
Want to try that? Let's go off the record for a second. Why don't you just sign out and just, did you log in by clicking on the join now from the calendar entry that Susan sent?
Yes, yes.
And is that what you did, Nick?
We went through the link in the email.
That's the same one.
Okay. Yeah. Why don't you try that? We'll go off record for just a second.
All
Yeah, I
right.
think it's worthwhile.
Okay.
Those that entered by phone, if you could hit *6, that will unmute your phone, and please let me know who has entered. I have a 937-661-0507. You can hit *6 to unmute your phone. Or 419-295-2124. Good morning. 614-873-1566. Could you identify yourself,
Hi, this
please?
is Brian Adams with Pleasant Valley Fire.
Oh, thank you, Brian. You can mute or unmute your phone by hitting *6.
Thank you.
Mhm.
While we're waiting for Neil to join us, do we have Doug Carnes or Darvin Wagler in? if we know?
We have a couple phone numbers. I've asked them to unmute their phones and identify themselves, but they haven't yet. So I'm not sure if they stepped away.
Okay.
I believe the 419-295-2124 number may be Mr. Carnes.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so it came up fine now. Thanks, Nick.
Okay. Well, let's give it a shot. Any event. We'll call the next case. It was set for scheduled on our docket. It is a Division of Industrial Compliance case. It's case number 21-0008. It deals with the Wheat Ridge, the premises known as the Wheat Ridge Community Center located in
It's
West.
not Mr. Carnes, it's Mr. Taylor.
Kaler? Okay.
I think that's just the identification of that particular number. I think we
Right.
still probably need Mr. Carnes to participate.
Yeah, I think you're right. So let's call the case and see if we go. It's case number 21-0008. The division's adjudication number is noted on the docket. If there is anyone appearing on behalf of the appellant, Mr. Carnes, Mr. Wagler, or both, this would be the time to enter your appearance by stating your full name and spell your last name and the capacity by which you're here on behalf of the appellant. That'd be a problem. Okay, is there any in the 7 attendees which are not, if I'm looking at my screen and I see at the top 7 attendees, would that exclude the presenters that I see at the bottom of my screen, Susan?
Yes, the 7 attendees can only hear you. They cannot present. They need to call the number if they are supposed to be, if they're an appellant or an appellee and one of the parties, they need to call the number on their invite. In fact, I can give it to you. It's 614-721-2972 and then enter the conference ID of 843-176-027#, and then you will enter as a presenter and be able to communicate with the board.
Okay. Now, well, this is for my colleagues. What's the comfort level going forward with Mr. Eaton at this point in time, given the memorandum that he has provided us in advance of the hearing that we received this morning?
I don't feel comfortable proceeding with a case if there is an appellant that wants to present and they're not able to present. Technically, that doesn't mean we should move forward without them, in my opinion.
Hello, this is Doug Carnes. Can anybody hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can, Mr. Carnes.
I'm sorry, I've been trying to unmute this thing for a few minutes. I apologize.
Okay. Do you know whether or not anyone's appearing with you, like Mr. Wagler?
No, it'll just be myself representing the project from the architects, McCarty Associates.
Okay, very good. So I think we can move forward. Douglas Carnes has entered his appearance on behalf of the appellant. Jeff, would you enter your appearance?
Good morning, Jeff Eaton, EATON, Chief Building Official Superintendent for the Division of Industrial Compliance.
Okay, Mr. Carnes and Mr. Eaton, would you each stand, raise your right hand, and Nick, would you administer the oath?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So, Jeff, I do show on the presenter list. Is Young with you?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Okay, well, there we go. Mr. Carnes, I want to advise you of something. Mr. Eaton's well aware of this. We are a board of 5 by statute. That's how we're constituted. But today we're only a board of 4. Our 5th member, his term expired. He has in fact been reappointed, but the paperwork is not caught up with it, so he's unable to sit and deliberate today. Notwithstanding that, Mr. Carnes, you still comfortable moving forward since we're only a board of 4?
Yes, I'm comfortable. Thank you.
And I'll give you the same opportunity, Jeff, to say yay or nay.
Yes, sir, no problem.
Okay,
Thank you.
very good. Mr. Carnes, you have the floor.
Thank you. We're submitting on behalf of an Amish community in Southern Ohio. They're adding a small addition to a community center. And the objection really was the fact that we were proposing non-electrified exit signs in the building because they don't have electric in their buildings. And so that really was what we were being asked to do, was to justify doing the project, the addition, and not having powered exit signs. And so what we have submitted is we're using the type of signs that it's for daytime use only, and they're photoluminescent, so that if there is a lack of light, they do glow for many hours, 60 hours without electricity. And so we're trying to get that approved today to move forward with the project.
Okay, before we hear from Mr. Eaton, questions of Mr. Carnes?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Paul Began. Looking at the drawings, it looks like this is really for an addition only for those rooms at the front of an existing building. I just want clarification of that.
Yes, that's correct. The function of those rooms are actually for nursing mothers to have a place to go during any of these community events. So that's what those rooms are intended to do, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Carnes?
I have a question. Is that a sliding door at the entry vestibule?
The entry vestibule actually has a shutter that rolls down, 003, that will roll down when necessary. During a fire, if we had a fire separation, we drop that door in the center there, 003, to keep us under the square footage allotment.
Oh, so normally it's open, I guess you're saying.
Open all the time unless there was a heat generation, and then it drops to make sure that the new addition is separated from the rest of the building.
I understand that there's no electricity, but I mean in the I guess in the OBC code they talk about having 1 foot candle of light in the building. I mean, and the response was that you have a lot of windows. Is that, I mean, did you actually end up with 1 foot candle of light in the building?
Yes, yeah, we did a little calculation. We did a calculation on our architectural one sheet that shows the amount of windows and the square footage, and it ended up being 21% of the floor area. We feel that that is at least 1 foot candle of light. Yes.
Okay.
And again, this is for daytime use only.
Is that shutter door on like something similar to a fusible link? Is that how it operates?
Yes, that's exactly right. It's there's heat generated and it goes beyond a certain temperature, it drops mechanically.
Okay, any further questions of Mr. Carnes? And hearing none, apparently, let's hear from the division.
We're in support of the variance. I offered a couple of conditions. One was the agreement for the daylight of use only stipulation on the C of O. Number 2 was allowing the self-luminescent exit lights. And then the third condition I added, I actually emailed the architects. Once that shutter, if it's ever activated, there's no remote exit from the existing door, man door in that area of the existing building. So if they could add an additional door, like diagonal from the other exit door, somewhere close to that firewall, that would provide a second remote exit from that space. But that's the only conditions we had.
Mr. Carnes, what's your comfort level with those? We'll read those and we'll hear from you again as to the verbiage, but are those conditions acceptable to the appellant?
We received that email yesterday. I'm getting an echo, I apologize. We received that email yesterday and we looked at the location of that proposed door. We think we can do that along that side. So we'll look at it. It's the existing building. That's the only trick. is to cut a new hole, but we'll show it that way and ensure that they build an exit door along that side of the building in that corner that was shown in the email. That's not a problem.
Okay, does that prompt any questions of Mr. Carnes by members of the board?
No.
No, that's a good idea.
Okay, well, comfort level with the suggested conditions?
Let me read out the proposed conditions, Mr. Chair, and that way we can make sure that we have them in for the record. This variance is conditioned upon the following. Number one, building shall be used for daylight hours only with signage installed to the satisfaction of the building official and noted as a special condition on the certificate of occupancy. Number two, approved self-luminous exit sign shall be installed at all means of egress. Number three, an additional exit door shall be provided in the existing building to the satisfaction of the building official. And number four, this variance is granted based on the use, construction, occupant load, building area, and level of activity identified on the approved construction documents, including the maintenance of all building systems and any conditions required herein.
Okay, as stated by Mr. Began, Mr. Carnes, are you comfortable with those conditions?
Yes, we are comfortable. Thank you.
Okay, and Jeff?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals case number 21-0008, the appellant is Wheat Ridge Community Church for the premises Wheat Ridge Community Center located at 3760 Wheat Ridge Road, West Union, Ohio, 45693. The appellee is Jeffrey Eaton, building official, Bureau of Building Code Compliance for the state of Ohio, and adjudication order number 2020-000244. I move to grant the variance subject to the conditions previously read into the record and noting the no objection of the chief building official.
Okay, very good. Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Right.
Any opposed? Mr. Carnes, Mr. Eaton, the variance is granted on those four conditions. Is there anything further to come before the board on this particular case?
No,
Okay.
not on the architect side. Thank you.
Okay, I understand, Mr. Carnes, you can sign off that as well. I understand from Susan that everybody is in the well and present for our next case. Is there a need to take a break? Okay,
No.
let's call the next Division of Industrial Compliance case. It's case number 21-0010, and it deals with a particular building located by the university, the Ohio State University, and the division's adjudication number is noted on our document sheet. Let's have an introduction of the parties. Now we have, at least on the presenter list I have, there would be 5. So nobody talks over each other, although you may not be together, probably are not together. Just try to identify yourself by stating your name, spell your last name after you identify yourself, and then the capacity by which you're here on behalf of the university. And we'll try to get through the 5 that way.
Thank you. I will begin. My name is Kathleen Kelly, Kelly, and I am the architect of record with Davis Wentz.
Thank you.
I am Eugenia Martin, Martin, and I am the project manager from the Ohio State University.
Thank you.
My name is Adam Betts. That's B as in boy, E, T as in Tom, Z as in zebra. I am the Chief Administrative Officer for the College of Pharmacy.
Thank you.
DJ Fett, last name is spelled F as in Frank, ETT, with Elford Construction. We are the design builder on the project for the university.
Okay. And then is Mr. Ridge with you, or anybody?
He's on separate.
Okay.
I think he's on mute. He's like
Brian Ridge, RIDGE. I'm with Elford Construction Project Manager.
Okay, anybody else appearing on behalf of the university? Okay, Jeff, would you enter your appearance?
Jeff Eaton, EATON, Chief Building Official for the Division of Industrial Compliance.
Okay, if the 5 appellant representatives and Mr. Eaton would stand, raise your right hand. Nick, would you administer the oath, please?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Okay. Just a point of housekeeping, and if you were signed on the last hearing, you heard me say this. We're a board of 5 by statute. That's how we operate. However, today we're a board of 4 because our fire official representative, his appointment expired in the fall. He's been reappointed, but either the Senate hasn't confirmed it yet, or the paperwork in the governor's office hasn't caught up to the appointment. So we're just a board of 4 today. I'll ask any objection to proceeding today on behalf of the appellants. Okay.
No.
Okay, that's fine. And then Mr. Eaton, same.
No objections. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Ms. Kelly or whomever on behalf of the university, you now have the floor.
Thank you. This Parks Hall is a multi-story building situated on the university campus. It is a legacy building from codes of another era in which the building is heavily dominated in male toilet rooms. The university is making every effort to rectify that as we move through the building and renovate it. On this particular floor, which is floor 2, we are short 1 lavatory in the men's room in our efforts to do this. The toilet rooms are landlocked by elevators and electrical rooms and other things that make it difficult to improve that situation and get that missing lavatory. We are asking for leniency of that 1 lavatory. And I will share my screen.
That would be very helpful. We didn't get any drawings. So yeah, if you could kind of show us what we're looking at, that'd be awesome.
I see it down. I see it minimized on mine. Okay, good. I'm good.
Okay. These are the issues that we presented for leniency, but I bring this up as a display to show the total count in the building. So our existing toilets in the building are 36 with 30 lavatories. By code, we are required to have 26 toilets and 16 lavatories. So we far exceed the number required by code. And we take a look at our second floor. I show both the existing conditions and our proposed condition. The existing condition, of course, has some code issues as well as handicap issues. In our proposed solution, we flip both the men and women's toilet rooms to increase the count of toilet rooms for the women and also introduce the single-use restroom unisex to achieve our handicap situation. But because of the tightness of the space and our inability to expand without financial obligations that exceed the cost of that sink and other limitations within the building, we fall short of that sink. We also have toilet rooms up on the 3rd floor and the 1st floor that would help us achieve this missing toilet count. The building is also a laboratory building, and we have numerous sinks throughout the floors that could be accessed. So with that, we would ask for your comments and consideration of the variance.
Okay, questions at this time of Ms. Kelly?
I have a question. I guess throughout the building, you still exceed the number of water closets and lavatories required. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So we're just talking about 1 sink, 1 lavatory in the whole building.
That is correct.
Right.
I do want to bring up a point. It's really a question. We have been receiving several cases coming here, trying, as should be done, to integrate gender neutral restrooms into here. Just a question, is it, are you going to be identifying these bathrooms as men, women, and gender neutral, or what's the plan? Only because with another case, and again, I know we're not a precedent-setting board by any means, we have asked that we have some identification and signage applied to those doors. If you wouldn't mind addressing that.
The toilet room will be identified as unisex.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, any further questions of the appellant? Let's hear from the division.
We have no objections to the request due to the existing building conditions, so we're fine with that.
And based on your memorandum this morning, no proposed conditions?
No, sir.
Okay. Sentiments of members of the board?
I don't have a problem with it.
I'm fine with it too, Mr. Chair.
And I
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, this is Paul Began. I think I would like to see in the men's restroom that has one lavatory, if it's not objectionable to the appellant, to add also a hand sanitizing station. Of personal experience, when I go to a large event and there's a line at the lavatories, you know, it's easy to run by and stick your hand under the hand sanitizing station and run out. And I think in a situation where you have multiple fixtures in one lavatory, to allow that opportunity to happen. Would that be objectionable if we had a condition to add a hand sanitizing station in that restroom?
That's not a deal breaker, is it?
It is not. We accept that condition.
Okay. All right. I suppose you don't need any time to craft that, do you, Paul?
No, I do have some conditions, if you don't mind,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All right.
Variance is conditioned upon the following. Number one, hand sanitizing station shall be provided in any toilet room provided with only one lavatory. Number two, identification signage shall be provided at each restroom to the satisfaction of the building official. And number three, this variance is granted based on the use, construction, occupant load, project area, and level of activity identified on the approved construction documents, including the maintenance of all building systems and any conditions required herein.
Ms. Kelly, any of those conditions offensive?
They are not.
Okay, Mr. Eaton?
No, we're good with those as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion then.
Yes, Mr. Chair. For Board of Building Appeals case number 21-0010, the appellant is the Ohio State University for the premises OSU Parks Hall located at 500 West 12th Avenue, Columbus, Ohio 43210. The appellee is Jeffrey Eaton, building official, Bureau of Building Code Compliance for the state of Ohio, and adjudication order number 2021-02-0026. I move to grant the variance subject to the conditions previously read in the record and noting the no objection of the building official.
Okay, that motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the motion is granted on those conditions, Ms. Kelly. Anything to come before the board on behalf of the university?
That completes our request. Thank you.
Mr. Eaton, anything to come before the board on behalf of the division?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, that case is concluded then. If anyone needs a break, let me know. I understand from Susan that we at least have a majority of the representatives present for the Geauga case. Is that true?
Mike Brigger is here.
Okay, and then is Kathleen D'Angelo or D'Angelo?
Kathleen D'Angelo is present, yes.
Okay, and Mr. Spada?
Yes, present.
Oh, very well. Okay, let's call the case then. We state on the record, let the record reflect this is a Geauga County adjudication and appeal. This is case number 21-0018, and it deals with the premises known as the Sapphire Creek Winery located in Chagrin Falls, and the jurisdictions adjudication numbers noted on our docket. We just had the appearance of Michael Bruger and Kathleen D'Angelo on behalf of the appellant. They've entered their appearance, and Mr. Spada, Daniel Spada, has done the same on behalf of the building department. If each of you would stand, raise your right hand, and Nick, would you administer an oath?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
Okay, let the record reflect everybody has accepted and the oath. So if you were on before, you heard me say this becomes a broken record. We're a board of 5, but today we're only a board of 4 because our fire official member's term had expired, and he's been recently reappointed, but the paperwork apparently has not caught up with it to make it fully official. And until that time happens, he would be unable to sit today. Ms. D'Angelo, Mr. Bruger, Mr. Spada, any objection to proceeding in front of a board of 4 today?
No.
Okay, very well. The appellants have the floor.
This is Mike Bruger. Last name is spelled B as in Bravo, R-U-G-G-E-R, or Michael's the legal name. The appeal is the footer down to frost depth. The structure is a pavilion with posts set on a nominal 4-inch concrete floor. The pavilion meets all other aspects of the code. It was just built without putting footer down to frost depth. So the request is to waive the requirement for footer down to frost depth. It is a roof-only structure, so we don't have to deal with doors that might bind. We don't have utilities running through walls that could be damaged. The structure is flexible, so if the slab does move a bit, the building can move with it. So again, the request is just to waive the requirement for a footer down to frost depth.
Questions of Mr. Bruger by members of the board?
I have a question. Mr. Bruger, you're an architect?
I'm an engineer.
You're an engineer? Okay.
Yes.
You said the building is flexible. I'm not sure quite what you mean, but what about differential movement in a situation like this? Wouldn't seem like it would be very good for the structure itself.
Okay, but you're setting on a slab, so the slab may tip one way or the other, but the posts are going to stay same relative to the slab. It's not like you got posts setting on one piece of concrete that could settle relative to another piece of concrete.
Do you consider a 4-inch slab strong enough to support the weight of the foundation for the columns on this?
My analysis would say that an 8 by 8 by 8 inch square of concrete would handle the vertical load as well, and then the slab, bigger slab, would handle the uplift load.
I don't know. What do you mean by 8 by 8 by 8 4-inch slab?
8 inch by 8 inch slab. I did an analysis. An 8 inch by 8 inch concrete.
Oh, I thought this is a 4-inch slab.
It's a 4-inch slab. I'm saying a 4-inch slab gives you a lot more support area. So structurally, it is able to handle the light load of the pavilion. The roof contributory area to any one vertical post is not very large, so you don't have.
What is that? What is that load?
I forget it may be 600 pounds, 1,000 pounds. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I don't remember.
Well, it's a pretty easy calculation. The tributary area times 35 pounds a square foot. Comes out to 8,000 pounds.
I don't have the dimensions in front of me or the calculations.
Well, you've got the building in front of you. You can look at the tributary area real quick. multiply
I
that by
don't.
35, you get 8,000 pounds.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't-
Mr. Smith just calculated, it was hard to hear there, that he calculated out an 8,000 pounds per column load.
No, that's it. The center columns, which get the highest tributary area. That's no way that's a 4-inch slab is good for that. I'm just telling you. A 4-inch slab is not really an adequate foundation for column support.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind
Yes.
me interjecting with a
Please.
question here,
Please.
why wouldn't we put these down? Why wouldn't we do this like a pole barn? Why wouldn't you just dig some holes, put the posts in and fill them with concrete and then pour your slab around them? I mean, what I'm wondering is what's the hardship? Why you can't put a foundation here?
This is an existing structure, which would mean they would either have to tear it down and put it in, or support posts, cut out the floors, dig down, and do as you suggest. When they cut out,
How is this an existing structure?
Because it was built without a permit.
It was built without a permit. You faded on us, but I think I heard you say that.
Yeah, if we were if it hadn't been built, we would have done as you suggested and dug down and put the concrete pad through the post, or poured a 2-foot diameter pier down below frost depth, set the post on that, and poured the floor around it. But it was built without a permit. It was shown on drawings when they permitted the winery, but they didn't do an official submittal to get a permit on the existing pavilion. And the cost to go back and rectify that and put the post down, support down below frost depth gets to be considerable. As I say, you'd either have to take the building down or prop it up, cut out concrete, take the post out, cut out concrete, go down, pour concrete back up, set the post back in, and that's still going to leave saw marks in the floor.
Do you have estimates for that?
We didn't get an estimate for it. And then the question becomes, can we do that without twisting the building to create some other potential appearance problems? And with the nature of the building and the low risk, in that the biggest design load is your snow load, in which case that building is not being used, we thought that just getting a variance to not have below frost depth would be acceptable.
How many posts are you exactly speaking about? 16, is that about correct?
Yeah, something like that.
You're muted, Brad.
How's that? I'm looking at the plans and it looks like you stamped the plans. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, why would you stamp the plans not meeting the building code?
Because we plan to appeal it.
Oh, see. Really? Oh, is that the way it works? You don't meet the building code, you just go in for an appeal?
The plans were stamped as an as-built set of plans. And we submitted that so that we could get everything out, get approval, knowing and already having had a discussion with Mr. Spada, we proceeded to submit those so that he could review and approve the other aspects of it, and with the understanding we would appeal instead of having to tear the building down or go to a major expense to repair it.
Or did you design this building?
Yes.
So, I mean,
the building is one of the standard building or pavilions that Berlin Gardens provides. And I do the designs for Berlin Gardens. This was built from one of their plans without asking for a permit set of drawings. So the drawings that you have is an as-built. The basic pavilion I designed for Berlin Gardens, and they market to the homeowners. And then commercial, when commercial, we typically get asked and do provide a set of sealed drawings before it's built. In this case, that did not happen.
Okay, so you sealed a set of plans, but I mean, as far as it looks like, you're responsible for it, so.
I just building, I'm responsible for the strength.
You're not responsible for what?
So I'm responsible for meeting the building to structurally meet the code.
Building includes the foundation, right?
Yeah, and my feeling is that the foundation meets the code.
Really?
Okay. Other than on the weight on the slab from the post, and I question the load that the gentleman was quoting, because the apologize, I didn't think to get the plans in front of me, but the loads are carried to the sidewalls, and the 4-inch slab, I agree, would not necessarily be ideal structural slab. Never was designed from the beginning with that, but for this building, with the risk of I've heard of people being very, very, because again, in severe weather, it's not going to be occupied. The worst load situation is heavy snow. An outside pavilion would not be occupied. So if there was a failure, they could come back in and rebuild and do it right. But I think the asking for digging down, putting it to frost level is pretty high financial costs.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, maybe this is a good time to have the building official.
I would agree. First of all, any other questions of Mr. Bruegger at this point in time, members of the board? If not, Mr. Spada.
Thank you, board. As Mr. Bruegger stated, this is a structure that was on the original site plan submittal for an entire project. It wasn't detailed on that original submittal, and therefore was expected to have plans submitted at a later date. The structure was constructed without any approval or inspections, and then was found to be built on site. So we had asked for a set of as-builts to be submitted to us for review. Those reviews were sent in. It had some deficiencies. Mr. Bruegger has worked through those other deficiencies for bracing for snow load issues and stuff. The only outstanding issue is the frost depth requirement that's in our building code. And I've had discussions with Mr. Bruegger about, that the structure doesn't have, water lines or gas lines. That could be of issue. It's an open air structure that isn't used during the winter months. And at that point, I respect the process of the board on going through and either approving or denying the variance process here.
Questions of Mr. Spada, members of the board?
Yeah, I mean, do you think, other than the frost, do you think the 4-inch slab is adequate to support this pavilion?
We are on, most of our county consists of a hard clay, and usually the bearing weight for most structures out here is sufficient with the clay that it's being built on. You know, unfortunately with that clay though, you also generate an expansion issue, which generates movement. So that's the downsides of having all of our clay out here. So that's why I said it's, you know, with it being an open air structure, I would definitely be completely 100% against a variance on a structure that had all utilities and sidewalls and doors and everything else going to it. You know, structure that's used year round as well. Like I said, for this structure, with the open air, you know, no utilities going to it. You know, there is electric that runs to it. You know, that has an expansion joint with it. So that being said, you know, like I said, I'm respectful to the process of the board here and your opinion on or decision on the variance or not.
Okay. All right, I think that's pretty clear as to where the building department is on this. Thoughts or comments by members of the board or questions of Mr. Bruegger or Mr. Spada?
Mr. Chair, I don't mind. I mean, this is Paul Began. I think we know where Brad's going to land on this one. And in this particular case, I think I'm going to have to agree with Brad's direction on there. Not as concerned about the frost depth issue as much as the adequacy of a 4-inch slab to support a post. Yes, I do have a structural engineering degree as well as my architecture degree, so I am a little bit familiar with this part of the process. But I could just tell you, I have a garage that has a wall that's sitting on a 4-inch slab, and it's cracked to heck. And that's an entire wall that has a distributed load. These posts are point loads, so those are going to crack almost immediately if they haven't already. If this was built in the fall and it's already gone through this winter months, my guess is around every single one of those points that it's going to be cracked. And all that those posts are going to do is punch down into the soil. So that it's not used in the winter almost doesn't matter because now you have free floating posts that can punch down into the dirt. It could rain really heavily. People could run underneath there and one of those posts could fail and the structure could collapse. So as with Brad, I am more concerned about the capacity of the slab to support the point load than I am with it necessarily being below frost line.
Brad, Paul was sort of speculating where you might be on this, but where are you on?
Yeah, I mean, somebody had a question. What happened here? I mean, it looks like it's a self-inflicted problem that the owner's engineer was, in my opinion, neglectful in this process and not getting this an adequate design and approved by the building official prior to construction. So this is a self-inflicted issue, and there's no way, no how. I mean, in my experience, there is a process to design point loads on slabs, and for example, in storage racks in high storage racks in buildings, and those are usually like a 8-inch slab, So here you have a whole building that depends on that 4-inch slab. By the way, reinforced with just welded wire fabric, which is not really going to be adequate. So there's no way that this is adequate. So I can't support it in good conscience.
Okay. That looks like 2 votes to uphold the adjudication order, which means the adjudication order is probably going to stand or would stand in that case. But Neil, thoughts?
I have to more so depend on my colleagues' expertise in this area. I am in favor of holding the adjudication order, and I'll leave it there.
Okay, Mr. Berger, I'll let you have the last word, but it would appear that 3 on our board cannot find their way to granting relief from the building code at this point in time. But I'll give you the last word.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Two comments. Just for the record, I was not part of the original plan and buildings. That was done by another group. I was brought in since I designed these pavilions for Burke Gardens. 2, while you were making your comments, I did the calculations. The stress underneath those posts for the center ones is less than 200 PSI. With it, even if we granted this a 3,000 instead of the 4,000 PSI concrete, still think that the 300 PSI load on a post would be adequate for the pavilion. When I was up there, there was no signs of cracking or concrete, but I don't know how long the building had been up. And with that, we'll defer to the board.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Berger. Does that change the sentiments of any members of the board? Okay, go ahead.
It doesn't change mine, but you know, I would like to see an actual calculation, you know, using, you know, the methods for point loads on slabs. You know, I really don't think that what you're saying is true.
Okay. All right. Well, I think this is the time when I think the writing's on the wall, if you will. I'd entertain a motion at this point in time.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think in a case like this, it's at least worthy seeing if there would be any reason to continue this case in case they wanted to make some modifications to the foundation, but not necessarily go below the frost line, because that's what's written up in the adjudication letter. And, you know, I could ask Brad, I would be open to that. You know, I don't mind that it's floating, and, you know, that movement doesn't matter as much to me as the adequate support at the post. So, you know, for the appellant, we can make some modifications to the foundation here. As the columns are all along the edge, right, it should be easy enough to dig up underneath there and pour a little concrete to get a thicker slab or something like that, but not necessarily have to go down to frost line. I think there's some options. I just wanted to discuss that as an option rather than voting this down straight up.
You know, if the engineer would take a hard look at this, and I'm not sure, Michael, if you're a structural guy, well, you must be if you designed this, but there are ways to, you know, you'd have to support the structure, and while you cut the slab, put a thicker, actually a foundation under it, whether you dug down deep, at that point you probably could, but and actually designed a foundation rather than you know, wait, a 4-inch slab, but you'd have to actually design it. You know, if you want to do that, I mean, I'd be open to, like Paul said, a second look at this if you really want to design something.
The discussions I've had with the client is that if we didn't get the variance, they would cut out, dig down to frost. If they're going to do anything, they'll go ahead and dig down and put it into frost depth, in which case they would resubmit the drawing, would be in compliance with the frost depth requirement.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I think in that case, we would just vote accordingly then, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, unless you want to do this one, Brad.
Sure. Why not?
All right. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, concerning Board of Building Appeals Case 21-0018, appellant Kathleen D'Angelo with the Sapphire Creek Winery for the premises located at the Prime Sapphire Creek Winery Pavilion, 16965 Park Circle Drive, Chagrin Falls, Ohio, 44023. Appellee Daniel Spada, building official, Geauga County Building Department. And adjudication order D 21-030-011. I make a motion that we uphold the adjudication order.
Okay, that motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have multiple seconds there. I'll let Susan identify who's going to be recorded for that. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the adjudication order has been upheld. I think Mr. Berger, Mr. D'Angelo understand the sentiments of the board at this point in time. But thank all of you for your presentation. I think we have most people for the next case, but do we want to take a short break?
Yeah, we take a short break, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that's fine. Nick will go off the record for just a minute.
Thank you.
Sounds good. We're off the record.
I can't see my mute button now. Let's go out here real quick while the recess, but we're not muted because I can't find a mute button.
So Carl, just for the record, I muted you. If you could hear right now, I have no ability to unmute you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go. You found it.
Well, yeah, my assistant's been helping. I lost, I couldn't see below my picture, so I couldn't see the camera icon or the microphone icon. So now it just appeared. So, all right, Neil's back. Brad looks like an empty chair.
Carl, my system's been fading in and out this whole meeting.
Yeah, well.
So there's some kind of connection problem.
Mine is just the screen format. It literally lost my icons. So we'll wait for Brad. I'm going to just go to the boys' room real quick. I'll be right there.
Neil, are you capable of muting and unmuting?
I'll try it.
Okay. Just curious. Muted.
Now,
Can you there you go. You're unmuted. Okay.
Before I was not able to. That's why I have not unmuted this whole meeting.
Yes, and I didn't mute you because of that. Okay.
Right, because, and I said, my connectivity's been fading in and out. People go blurry. I'm actually delayed on some of the conversation by maybe 10 seconds.
That's odd. Okay.
Is that I actually set up a second camera to try to use if I lost it.
Okay.
I blame it on Cleveland, except Paul doesn't have that problem.
All right, we got Brad back.
Okay, very good. Let's see if we'll try to get through this and make sure we have the parties present. Nick, are you there? Oh, she's there. I'll go back on the record, please.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
We're on record.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that it's 9:41, and we're going to consider the West Jefferson adjudication and appeal. It's case number 20-0126 that deals with the premises located at 138 West Main Street in Plain City, and the building authority's adjudication number is noted on our docket. Let's have a introduction of the parties, beginning with the appellant representatives, which I think would be Mr. Pizzino and Mr. Dawson. Are you present? I think Mr. Pizzino is. I saw him earlier on the screen.
Yes, Mr. Pizzino's present.
And then do you know whether or not Tim Dawson is present?
I believe he is, but I haven't heard from him, but I think he's in here somewhere.
So, Mr. Chair, this might be a good time to let everybody know. We are able to see how many people are watching online. And right now we have 9 people that are only watching online. You are not obviously able to present. So that means you have logged in incorrectly. So if you are watching online and would like to participate, please call into the number that was provided in the email invitation to you, and then enter the conference number, and you will at least be able to participate by phone.
Okay, Mr. Dawson. Okay, well, let me ask you this, Mr. Pizzino, are you comfortable going forward without without Mr. Dawson?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Just a matter of housekeeping, Mr. Hale, you're present, correct?
Yes, sir, present.
And Marshall Adams, I think I heard him earlier, was present?
Yes, I'm here as well. I also just received a text from Mr. Dawson. I believe he's called in, so he may be on one of the phone dial-in numbers. So we may need to figure out what his communication issue is.
Right.
Okay, in that case, there may be people that have called in. I see 2 numbers, actually 4 numbers here. you need to type in *6 to unmute your phone. So if you're listening on the phone and connected via phone, if you type in *6, your phone will unmute and then we can hear you.
So let's do this. Now we have 9 attendees again. We went down to 8, but Marshall Adams, based on the text that you got, can you identify that phone number? And then Susan, can you look to see whether that matches with anybody that's maybe in the lobby?
Sure, there's no one in the lobby. There are a number of phone numbers listed as present, but they haven't unmuted their phone, and they can do that by hitting *6. They should be able to hear us.
Yeah, but let's do that. Marshall, can you identify that text number?
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to call him just to see if we could figure out what, let's see here. It's 937-243-4148.
Okay, Susan, does that match anything?
We do not have a 937 number present.
Okay.
Now we do.
Now we do, yes.
Mr. Dawson?
He is being admitted now. 937-243-4148 has just been admitted.
This is Tim Dawson.
Okay, Mr. Dawson, we were waiting on you. I'm glad you made it.
I'm so sorry.
No, technology's a challenge, and I'm a neophyte when it comes to it. So here we are. We have just called the case, which is case number 20-0126. Let's start with you, Mr. Dawson. State your full name, spell your last name for our court reporter, and then the capacity by which you're here, which in this case you're the owner. We'll do the same thing with Mr. Bazzino. We'll do the same with the building and fire officials. We'll have an oath administered, and I'll go over some ground rules, and we'll begin.
My name is Timothy David Dawson.
Thank you. Mr. Bazzino?
William Pizzino, Pizzino. I'm the engineer for the project.
Mr. Hale?
Tom Hale, Hale, building official, Village of West Jefferson, Ohio.
And Marshall?
Brian Adams, ADAMS. I'm the fire marshal for Pleasant Valley Fire District.
Okay, each of you would stand, raise your right hand, make you administer an oath.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
For the representative's benefit here, we're a board of 4 today. We're supposed to be a board of 5. Our fire official appointee has been reappointed after expiration of his term, but the paperwork has lapsed. And so it has not been official yet. And so he is not able to participate in today's hearings. That being said, Mr. Pizzino or Mr. Dawson, any objection if you proceeded today in front of the board as it's constituted of only 4 people today?
I have no objections.
No objections, sir.
Okay, and I'll give the opportunity to hear from the building and fire official as well. Any objections?
Building department, no objections.
Fire department has no objections.
Okay, Mr. Pizzino or Mr. Dawson, you have the floor.
I guess I'll start. This has been tabled, and at the last hearing, we were asked to prepare a drawing of the first floor, which we have submitted, and it's marked sheet A100. And it shows that we have 85 seats on the first floor. The stairs, the interior stairs going up to the second floor to the rear of the restaurant area. 15 feet from where the stairs come into the first floor is the exit to the outside, which is into an alley. It is of sufficient length from the door that you see in the front. There are actually 2 exits to the front where the people from the restaurant can get out. And then the restaurant has its own exit also. So the second floor has 2 ways out, going down the interior stair to this exit, or we have designed a new stairway on the outside of the building. So we have 2 ways out. Also, we have gotten a quote, a written quote for the fire suppression system from Dalmatian, which was sent, and it has a total price of $131,750 for the suppression system and the underground water line, so that the suppression system can get water. There is no longer a tap fee required by the village, so that would be the cost of the total suppression system. Of course, it did not give us a written estimate, but they did email us a budget price of $150,000, which was a little more than what Dalmatian quoted for the same work. So we have a second floor that Mr. Dawson wishes to use mainly for small parties and banquets, and we have upgraded the whole floor. The floor structure is new, the electrical system is new, the HVAC system is new, and we have constructed and designed a new exterior stairwell for the outside. The floor also has a 1-hour fire rating. So we feel that we've done everything possible in the design of this to make this building much safer than it was. And Mr. Dawson is requesting that he not put in the fire suppression system because of the financial cost of it. Currently, all the work that was done amounts to about $100,000 worth of construction. So the fire suppression system would be in excess of all the work, which means the new HVAC system, the new electric service, the new floor, the outside stairwell. All that doesn't even meet the cost of the suppression system. So at this time, I guess I can entertain some questions. I don't think I have anything else at this time.
Questions of Mr. Pezzina, please.
Yes, I think this is the 3rd or 4th time you've come back before us, and honestly, I can't recall why we continued it last time. Was there some additional information that we had requested of you?
Yes, at that time we did not. We supplied you pictures of the downstairs, but we hadn't had a floor plan actually drawn, and so we submitted that. And we did not have any written quotes from the fire suppression people. All that the Mr. Dawson had was some verbal quotes. So we actually got a written quote from Dalmatian Fire, which we submitted, so that we had something in writing that could confirm the cost of an estimate for the fire suppression system.
I think also originally you were going to jack and bore under the street, which I think that's been eliminated. Is that right?
That has been eliminated because the village has come up with an alternate location for the tap to be taken off North Chillicothe, and therefore the jack and bore is not necessary now.
So you said you put in a new HVAC system?
Yes.
Is that for the whole building? Is that for the whole building?
That would be for the second floor. So the second floor has its own HVAC system.
And you put in new electrical for the whole building?
Yes, electric service for the whole building is all new. Mm-hmm.
Anything else? New plumbing?
The plumbing is not, no plumbing is new. We don't have any plumbing on well, we have one sink on the second floor, so that plumbing is new, but no plumbing work was done on the first floor.
I think there are also concerns, so I mean, I guess it's necessary to put a new HVAC system and upgrade electrical, but not a life safety sprinkler system. So I think there were concerns about the outside stairway being that it's not really protected in the alley, like for a post or something, so somebody doesn't hit it with a car, make it so you can't use it.
Oh, I think if we could, you know, depending on where we go with this adjudication, that would be something that could be on the table, that we'd work with the building official to make sure that that happened in this project.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
I have one question in regard to the underground fire line. That $60,000 amount does not include, or there is no tap fee included in that, correct?
Correct. The village has passed an ordinance that the downtown businesses, if they need to put in a fire suppression system, will not have to pay a tap fee. And that is something that they did just recently.
So what is the actual distance the underground fire line is going to run, approximately?
I think it's about 120 feet, I believe.
And what is somewhat involved in it? I mean, excavation wise, so on and so forth.
We're going to be excavating into the street between two buildings, and then taking a 90 and then coming down that alley from the rear of the property where there's a lot of utilities, and then taking another 90 into the building from the side into where the backflow preventer and the meter, well, not the meter, but the backflow preventer will be, and the connection to the inside fire protection piping.
And that $60,000 amount, does that include all the restoration of the existing streets and alleyways?
Yes, it does.
Okay, any other questions, Mr. Bazzino?
Yeah, and now that I'm looking at the case file a little bit more here, I'm reminded of what my concerns were, and I think why we asked for the first floor plan to be included is because, yes, we're adding an exterior stair, which is fine and wonderful, but I had a larger concern here. Let me get this up here so I can send it live. So I'm throwing up a picture online right here. So adding a second stair, great, wonderful. We've made the second floor a little bit more safe and secure, but the interior stair comes down and people will have to egress through this space, which is a server station, which in any restaurant that is busy, and I'm sure that this restaurant is busy, this area is packed with waiters running back and forth with trays and all kinds of stuff that is going to block this from being an exit. So question to you is, I'm assuming there's a place that this can be relocated to so that we can maintain this as a free exit?
I'd have to defer that to Mr. Dawson. Tim, you got any thoughts on that?
Yes, there is a possibility to move it away from that exit area. Yes, the only server that goes there is just to get beverages only. It's not maybe a true real busy server station, but we do refill pops in that location. Yes, you're correct.
I don't have any other questions,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's hear from Mr. Hale.
Building department and the fire department, we spent an extensive amount of time on this, and the upstairs space is wide open. It has one wall with a small space in the back. All the work that Mr. Bazzino indicated has been started. The floor system has been changed substantially. The exterior stair, I don't believe there would be anything that prohibit it from being protected outside. The service is new, the electrical service is new, the HVAC is new. When we get downstairs, there's an ample amount of exits. We've worked on this a very long time, and at this time, I have no objection what they're trying to accomplish. We've talked about occupant load. We've talked about several things that we could do to make sure we protect those people, and we've had those conversations all inclusive with the fire marshal. So at this time, I don't have any objection to the request.
Marshall?
I would agree with everything that Mr. Hale just expressed from the fire department standpoint. You know, we've worked with Mr. Dawson through this process to make sure that we get the right classification of the space, and you know, try to work through the challenges from our standpoint. You know, as Mr. Hale mentioned, the occupant load. You know, they're proposing, or their thought process is using the 15 square feet per occupant for the entire space, as opposed to, you know, some possibility with it being large open space of going for a much higher occupant load. So that helps with us as far as the addition of the second exit. Again, we share the concerns with, and probably appropriate to protect that staircase, you know, at the base, just so that it maintains its usability, but the fire department doesn't oppose their request.
Okay, are there questions of either the building or fire official at this point in time? Okay, thoughts and comments by members of the board?
If you limit it to 15, what does the occupant load end up then on the second floor?
If we did the math on the occupant load, it was around 165 or 166. We've proposed to Mr. Dawson to consider at a 150 number. He has indicated to us that financially, for him to be able to get a return on the amount of investment he's made in this whole building, that if it were less than 150, that could cause him difficulty in getting a return on his investment. And so Fire Marshal Adams and I have discussed that, and 150 would be the number that we would be proposing.
Okay.
I have an additional question. Is there a fire alarm system in this building?
No, there is not at this time.
I mean, is that proposed though?
It's not. I couldn't find it if it was.
It is not proposed, but I think that's something that the owner would be willing to work out with the chief building official, if we could get this adjudication granted in his favor and not have to put in the fire suppression system.
Any other thoughts or comments by members of the board?
I think I would be supportive of making it a conditional, limiting the occupancy to 150 persons by the request of the building official and fire official. I think that's okay with me.
What about an alarm system?
Pardon?
What's your thoughts on the alarm system?
You're coming out, I'm sorry.
I said, what are your thoughts in regards to the alarm system? Would you add that as a condition?
Yeah, I think any, any time that we are doing, not doing sprinklers, I think an alarm system is required. I don't know. I mean, that's just, again, we're not a precedent setting board, but, you can't get rid of one safety system without saying, hey, we're going to make sure that we're going to do everything else that we can to ensure safety.
Well, with those two conditions, I could probably find my way to approve it.
Brad, where are you?
I agree with Neil, with these conditions that we've talked about. I would support it.
Okay, you need a second, Paul?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if you would not mind.
Okay, let's go off the record for just a second, Nick. Everybody stand by. I'm just gonna step away, let's get a cup of coffee, I'll be right back. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I do have them ready.
Okay, Nick, we're back on.
Yep.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to post these conditions up. If you are following along online, we have a 5 or 10 second delay, but they will show up on there. Allow me to read them through the record. This variance shall be conditioned upon the following. Number 1, an alternate fire alarm system shall be installed and maintained comprising of a remote annunciator at the front entrance, system smoke detectors with integral heat detectors throughout the entire structure, audible/visual devices throughout the entire structure, and pull stations at all identified means of egress. Number 2, the alternate fire alarm system shall be required to be off-premise monitored in a manner approved pursuant to OBC 901.6. Number 3, the alternate fire alarm system and off-premise monitoring shall be considered required systems and listed as such in the certificate of occupancy by the building official. Number 4, the alternate fire alarm system and off-premise monitoring shall be maintained as required systems utilizing the Ohio Fire Code and adopted NFPA standards. Number 5, the occupancy for the second floor shall be limited to a maximum of 150 occupants. Occupancy signage shall be installed to the satisfaction of the building official. Number 6, the passage on the first floor from the stair to the side exit door shall be only utilized as a means of egress and listed as such on the certificate of occupancy. The service station shall be removed completely. Number 7, exterior stairway shall be covered to prevent the accumulation of snow and ice to the satisfaction of the building and fire officials, excuse me. And I got to scroll down here, so that's why. Apologize for that. Let me start on number 7 again. Exterior stairway shall be covered to prevent the accumulation of snow and ice to the satisfaction of the building and fire officials. Bollards shall be installed in the alley to protect the stairs from vehicles to the satisfaction of the building and fire officials. And number 8, this variance is granted based on the use, construction, occupant load, building area, and level of activity identified on the approved construction documents, including the maintenance of all building systems and any conditions required herein.
Okay, Mr. Pizzino, any questions or comments with respect to those proposed conditions?
You are muted.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay. Comfort level with those conditions, Mr. Hale, Marshall Adams.
I'm sorry, both of you are muted, so.
Yes, sorry about that. I have no issues. Okay, go ahead, Brian.
I as well. I have no issues.
I only have a question. Due to the nature of some of the work that needs to be done, would the board entertain a conversation between Mr. Pizzino, Mr. Dawson, and myself about a time frame to accomplish these things due to weather conditions for the outside stairway and time to put some of those things together, and including the fire alarm system, which we have no issue with, just asking if we could work with the applicants for a time frame for completion.
Paul?
Here's my thoughts on that one. I think if we're talking a period of months, that could be something that the building official should be able to work out through their own jurisdiction. If this is a request, hey, we want to do this for a year later because we don't want to pay for a fire alarm system till next year, then that's a different scenario. So let me ask a little bit more specifically, is this purely a weather-related issue? Hey, we can't dig in the ground because it's too frozen to install these bollards, and if they wait to do that for a couple months, sure, that's not a problem. If they want to start using the second floor as a restaurant and not do the fire alarm till next fall, then that is a problem.
Understood.
But our variance order, would we reach that threshold in our variance, or is this we'll let the CBO and the appellant work together, recognizing that the board doesn't want it to be protracted?
And I think that's the case. I mean, and Mr. Hale has the ability to issue a temporary certificate of occupancy conditionally. So I think I would let them work that out, but I'm assuming, you know, Mr. Adams and Mr. Hale are more concerned about safety than they are, you know, letting them move forward. So I would be okay with not putting it in as a condition as far as the timing goes and let them work through it.
Neil, do you want to weigh in here?
I agree with Brad 100%.
Okay. And Brad, do you want to weigh in?
I agree. It's up to the building official, I think, to work with the owner to make sure this gets done.
Mr. Pizzina, anything?
No, that's great, because I know one thing for the cover of the stairs, we're going to have to go through the ARB, so we got probably about 3 months of process for that, but we will work towards getting all these items completed and work with Mr. Hale on it.
Very well, then. I think we're at a time where I would entertain a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals case number 20-0126, the appellant is Timothy Dawson for the premises 138 West Main Street, Plain City, Ohio 43064. The appellee is Thomas Hale, building official for the Village of West Jefferson Building Department, and adjudication order number PB 20-0096A. I move to grant the variance subject to the conditions previously read into the record and noting the no objection of both the building and fire official.
Okay, that motion has been duly made. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The variance is granted on those 8 conditions. Mr. Pizzino, Mr. Dawson, Mr. Hale, and Marshall Adams. Is there anything further to come before the board on this case?
No, we appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right, that concludes that case. Do we want, do we have the Mansfield parties, fire department parties present, Susan?
I'm not sure if we have everyone. There's a lot of phone numbers that are within the meeting.
Let me, Mr. Byer, are you present?
Maybe some first some order here, Mr. Chair. So those of you who have called in by phone, you may be muted, in which case you need to type in *6 to unmute your phone to participate. There are showing 8 attendees that are only able to view online and not participate. If you intend to participate, if you're one of those people only watching online, then you have connected improperly. I would request that if you want to participate in the hearing, that you would call in on the phone number provided with the email invitation sent to you by our Executive Secretary, Ms. Steer, and then you can participate by phone. All right, go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, Mr. Byer, are you there? Present? He's counsel. Is Dan Seckel present? Rick Taylor?
Yes.
Okay, you're present. Stephen Risser?
Yes, sir.
Brock Boland? Okay, and Bill Byer, William Byer? Okay, Lieutenant Crow?
Present.
Chief Strickling?
Chief Strickling's present.
Okay, Mr. Brown?
I am present.
Okay. Have you had any conversation with Mr. Byer lately?
I have not.
Well, let me ask Mr. Taylor or Mr. Risser, Mr. Bowl, any word from Mr. Byer?
I think he would just be listening today.
Okay, and who was this? Just said that?
Mr. Taylor?
Okay, and then what about Mr. Seckel? Do you know Mr. Taylor?
Yes, I'm here with Mr. Taylor.
Oh, okay. All right, so it's your understanding Mr. Byer is not going to participate in the hearing, but he might be listening in. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, let's call the case, and I'll go through a couple preliminary matters as well, but let's get the case called. This is a Mansfield Fire Department issue and appeal. This is case number 20-0136, and it deals with the Hudson and Essig Restaurant and Beer Caverns located in that jurisdiction, and that jurisdiction's citation / adjudication is noted on our docket. Let's have an introduction of the parties, beginning first with the appellant. Mr. Seckel, would you enter your appearance, please?
Yes, Dan Seckel, Seckel. I am representing Mr. Taylor as his architect.
Thank you very much. Mr. Taylor?
Rick Taylor, Taylor. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay. Mr. Risser?
Stephen Risser, building official for the city of Mansfield.
Thank you. Mr. Boland? Did he not enter? I mean, when I sort of took it in.
Mr. Boland is not here.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, Lieutenant Crow?
Lieutenant Daniel Crow, Mansfield Fire Department, currently the officer in charge of our Fire Prevention Bureau.
Thank you. Chief?
Chief Strickling, STRICKLING, Chief of the Mansfield Fire Department.
And Mr. Brown?
Good morning, Christopher Brown, Deputy Law Director for City of Mansfield.
Okay, so Mr. Taylor, here's the situation. The fire department is represented by the law department in that jurisdiction, and you have the right to be represented by counsel, and you've indicated Mr. Fire is counsel, but would probably not be participating in an affirmative way. Mr. Brown would have the opportunity in a hearing to cross-examine you or other appellant witnesses. You do not have the reciprocal ability to do that because that would be the unauthorized practice of law. But if Mr. Fire were present, he would certainly have that capability to do so. In light of that, do you still want to proceed today?
I do.
Okay. Very well. And one other piece of housekeeping here, we are a board of 5 as we're constituted under the statute, the Ohio Revised Code. Today, though, we're only a board of 4 because our fire official member, while his term has expired, he has been reappointed, but the paperwork memorializing that reappointment has not caught up, and as a result, he cannot participate today. That being the case, Mr. Taylor, are you still willing to proceed in front of a board of 4 today?
I am.
Okay. And Mr. Brown, is the fire department willing to proceed in front of a board of 4?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we begin, let me defer to my colleagues. How would you want to approach this? Do we want to hear from the fire department first, or do we want to hear from Mr. Seckel and or other representatives of Mr. Taylor first? And I'm sort of 6 one way, half dozen the other.
I mean, I think that normally we would let the appellant present first, so let's let them have the option to do so.
Okay, Mr. Seckel, are you going to be the primary spokesman here, or how's it going to operate?
Yes, I would represent Mr. Taylor.
Okay, then I think that's fine. Brad and Neil, you comfortable letting the appellant proceed?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, Mr. Seckel, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Should we do an oath first?
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Nick. That means you were awake. That's a good thing.
Always.
Yeah. Other than Mr. Brown, would each of you stand, raise your right hand, and Nick, would you administer an oath? And thanks for reminding me of that, Nick.
No worries. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Seckel.
Okay, I'm going to enter in a narrative that was attached to the original appeal. Hopefully I can get through this. I think it has a lot of facts to the case. Rick and Carol Taylor are owners of the property located at 51 East 4th Street, Mansfield, Ohio. Located on the property is a 2-story building which houses the Hudson and Essex restaurant, which the Taylors also own and operate. The property was purchased in February 2017, and its building, originally built in 1927 as a car dealership, was renovated pursuant to Ohio Building Permit number 2018-243. It's an upscale restaurant, opened in February 2019, and now contains a formal dining area, an outdoor dining area, a deli, and a lower level brass cellar. During the restaurant renovation, an underground cavern was discovered on the Taylor's property adjacent to this building. The cavern is totally separate and independent from the building that houses the restaurant. This standalone vaulted arch space is carved into the natural sandstone bedrock and is approximately 29 feet below the ground level, and consists of 2 connecting arches, 70 feet by 16 feet by 12 feet, and 60 feet by 16 feet by 12 feet. The cavern was originally used by 2 local brewing companies to keep their beer cool during the 1830 time period before mechanical refrigeration. In August 29th of 2018, Rick Taylor, myself, met with the Mansfield's plans examiner, chief building official via telephone, Chief Strickling, and 2 other local fire inspection bureau representatives about using the cavern as a venue for special events. We proposed installing an elevator from the ground level down to the cavern as ingress and egress. There's a number of reasons for this. It's a combination of trying to keep a small footprint excavation down to solid rock, and there are minimal possible locations to engage the arch form structurally. The elevator was intended to comply with the Ohio Building Code provisions that allow this to be used as a means of egress. The owner proposed the small footprint and occupancy code dictate a B business single means of egress, and the elevator would be designed with an emergency generator. Additional ingress and egress concerns were discussed, and the fire department suggested a number of points. One was to increase the size of the elevator car, and they had concern about being able to get down in the case of an emergency, and we discussed the installation of spiral stairs for emergency due to, again, limited footprint and excavation down through the solid rock. So subsequent to the meeting, the City of Mansfield Bureau of Buildings, Inspections, Licenses, and Permits issued us a building permit. And relying on the perceived understandings of this meeting and the issuance of the Ohio Building Code permit, construction of the cavern began. The construction took about 1 year, cost of the Taylors approximately $800,000. As part of the construction, the elevator was enlarged to a 2,500 pound capacity, 100 feet per minute, 150 feet per minute, 6'6" by 4'4" car. A 6-foot diameter spiral stair was installed with a 1 hour fire rated shaft and protected openings, which exits directly to the exterior. A 3-foot by 4-foot refuge space is provided within the shaft at the cavern level. Also included was an FPA fire alarm system with alarm signal to off-premise location, which was inspected and improved on March 17th, 2020. The elevator was improved by the inspector from the Ohio Department of Commerce, Division of Industrial Compliance, and the entire project, of course, is powered by an emergency generator. On March 18th of 2020, we all met down with the fire alarm representative, the chief building official, Mansfield's fire chief, and Lieutenant Crow, to discuss the final acceptance of the building. It had already received a certificate of occupancy through the building department. The fire inspector, Lieutenant Crow, expressed concern that the installed elevator automatically traveled to and stayed at grade level, where the elevator's smoke alarm was activated. Phase 1 automatic recall. The automatic recall can only be remedied by a manual override of the system with a key. The concern was the potential danger caused by the delay in the elevator service, dependent on fire department's response time to fire alarm. Lieutenant Crow also referred to the administrative code limiting egress of a spiral stairs to 5 occupants. So I'm gonna stop the narrative there. What we have is a situation here now where we have a certificate of occupancy. We have a fire alarm, or excuse me, an elevator that totally powered by an emergency generator. There's a 40 kW emergency generator with a 1,000-gallon propane tank. We have a situation where it's perfectly fine for 5 people to be down there in the caverns, according to all of the requirements, because the spiral stairs, the circular stairs, is classified as being available for 5 occupants. But what we're really trying to do is to satisfy to everybody's comfort level the ability to accommodate the original 49 people that the space was designed for. So there's various items on the citation from the fire department. The one we would like to start with is the spiral stairs, circular stairs. We feel that if the circular stairs can be accepted as a legal means of egress for all 49 people, the other citations fall into place, that the elevator would not be considered the primary means of egress or the legal means of egress. So to that point, addressing the spiral stairs per se itself, first, as I mentioned, the entire building is the premise for it was a smaller footprint because of solid rock excavation, going down 30 feet through the solid rock. The building is on an emergency generator. The shaft is enclosed as per the OBC 1 hour fire requirement. The doors are equipped with egress hardware. It does have within the shaft enclosure an area of refuge of 3 foot by 4 foot. Addressing the spiral stairs itself, we actually put in about the biggest one we could find. It is a manufactured stairs by Salter. It's not something we've put together ourselves. They do refer to it as their code package stairs. The width of the stairs is 36 inches, and under the OBC, if it were a straight run stairs, 36 inches would accommodate the 49-person load. All of the handrails and the guards are closed. They're in place. There are closed risers. There are rest landings at 12-foot vertical intervals. They do, it's wide enough to allow one person to bypass another. And I've really tried to kind of look into the history of spiral stairs. I did notice in the NFPA, the Life Safety Code in Section 2, that some circumstances, the 5 people is kind of a moving target. Some circumstances is 3, some is 5, some is 10. We had mentioned to the building department and in conversations, you know, with the city administration, that we'd also conduct some tests about how long it takes people to get out of that area. And we submitted that along with some pictures. Mr. Taylor actually went ahead and extrapolated out of 10 occupants. The building, obviously it's not being used right now. The interval times, I submitted those on in through, okay, the circular stairs, the duration of going from the bottom to the top was 30 seconds of travel time. Of course, all Mr. Taylor, you know, able-bodied people. 5-second lag per occupant. We figure it takes about 4 minutes and 30 seconds to get everybody up the spiral stairs.
Okay, how long will it, how during, did that have you considered people coming down the stair, like fire department personnel that need to come down and do their search and rescue, and how that would prevent or inhibit any movement up or down?
Yeah, I think it really depends on what type of equipment the fire department's trying to get down there.
Let's just say they're wearing their normal gear.
Yes, the 3-foot width allows bypass in one direction and the other. People can still be going up while people are
down a spiral stair? You think that a person can go up and down on that spiral stair despite the width?
Yes, I do. It's
because they don't have a full tread depth close to the pole. In fact, you don't have the full tread depth until about a third of the way across there.
Yes, we do have intermediate rest landings of, you know, the full platform width at vertical intervals through the whole location. The travel of the spiral stairs as well too.
Okay. Continue.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Seckel. You're fine.
Okay. Well, thank you. You know, we were also encouraged to, are there any other solutions for this? And in meeting with the city and its administration, there was a thought of, or an offer of being able to vacate an adjacent alley to the north that this cavern does communicate. It's still 11 to 13 feet below grade at that location. And I did study creating new stairs out of the, I've submitted those exhibits. I established a cost estimate to all of that. We don't think it's a real workable plan to be able to do that. It is, I think I had a cost estimate of someplace up around $80,000 or so to be able to do that. So we feel that we can't really forget about the elevator. Hopefully it's still operable when the fire department arrives at the site. If the elevator has moved to the upper level on the automatic recall, they still have control of the elevator itself. And again, it's on an emergency generator. So I think, as I say, the easiest way of accommodating the egress question out of the basement at this point, since everything's all constructed, is to allow the 49 occupants. It seems relatively strange that 5 occupants can get out of the building safe at this point, or not the building, the underground structure, of course, it's solid rock, can get out safe, and 44 people have to stay behind. So hopefully, you know, that would be a situation that we could look at. So that's all I have about the spiral stairs. Thank you.
Just a question for my colleagues. Do we want to hear from fire officials on this issue, or do we want to hear the complete appellant presentation first?
I would think that we'll let the appellant complete their presentation first, and then we'll go. So that
okay.
I have many comments more than questions. I think I understand the project really well. So
okay.
I think we let him move forward.
Okay, Mr. Seckel, go ahead.
Okay, well, to me, in the citation, it really deals with two different facets. It deals with elevator as a means of egress, and it deals with the spiral stairs. I think if one is viewed favorably, the other one becomes somewhat moot. And I don't mind in the process of talking about the spiral stairs, and if we resolve that positively, in my estimation, the situation has resolved itself. So I don't mind talking about that first. And then if the desire is to go back and talk about the elevator itself, we can do that secondly.
Okay. That's fine.
I have a question for Mr. Seckel. How did we get to this point? Why didn't they I don't understand this. They had plans were approved. They had a building permit, occupancy permit based on the stairway as it is. And why didn't you design a stairway that meets the code to begin with? I'm not sure. How did you get to this point? And now we have the fire department issuing a citation. Why isn't the building official issuing something? I don't follow this. Could you explain that?
Yeah, if you don't, let me jump in real quick here, Brad. This is Paul Began, and again, this is kind of more to my comments. I think I'd rather have them present their rest of their case first before we get to those questions, because my comments are going to be actually, and Mr. Brown should probably take note here, directed at the building official, Mr. Risser, for basically allowing variances to happen under his own judgment, rather than coming before this board for all of these issues. And I think that's where the problem is going to lie.
Okay, let's continue with Mr. Seckel.
Okay, to address the question of the spiral stairs, it was never the original intent of the submitted drawings that the means of egress. In Chapter 10 of the Ohio Building Code, elevators are permitted to be used as a means of egress under conditions.
They are allowed to be used. Don't change that. They're allowed to be used as part of the accessible means of egress, not as the only means of egress. So make sure that you talk about that correctly.
They are allowed to be used as a means of the accessible means of egress. That is correct.
Right, as part of the accessible means of egress, it does not allow in the building code to be the only means of egress. I just want to make sure that's correct, because you started with your statement saying that it's allowed to be used as the means of egress. No, it's allowed to be used as part of the accessible means of egress, not as the only means of egress. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
It's clear.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Seckel.
Well, the intent was to use it as the primary means of egress, so that consequently the spiral stairs was never originally intended to be the means of egress.
I'll shoot you some time. I just don't have any right now. Okay.
All right. Do you have other things to present, Mr. Seckel?
Not at this time.
Okay, Mr. Brown, you would have the right to inquire of Mr. Seckel.
Good morning, Mr. Seckel. How you doing today?
I'm good, Mr. Brown. Thank you.
I think my main question is going to be a question that was already asked by one of the board members, so I'm also happy to kind of turn this over to the board members for further questions to the appellant. But essentially, my understanding of this case is that there was some type of misunderstanding at an earlier meeting regarding the means of egress from this underground event area. Would you like to discuss that at all?
Yes, I would agree with that synopsis. We thought we had met, we felt that what we had presented met the valid means of egress out of the base. And we proceeded with the construction on the basis of the building permit. So
if I may,
wait. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if I may, I would like to drill down on that because, you mentioned the building permit, but it's my understanding that the building permit did not specifically address the means of egress, including the spiral staircase, and whether that was proper under the fire code.
It's not even proper under the building code, so.
Well, but is that, I just want to make sure, are these questions for Mr. Seckel or is that commentary? I'm just trying to.
No, I appreciate that. I guess my question then, to put a more specific point on it, is did you have anything in writing approving this under the building code or the fire code from the city of Mansfield?
Well, we interpreted having a building permit as being in writing to proceed with the construction.
Okay, I'll be more specific. Did that building permit specifically authorize the spiral staircase as the only or primary means of egress from this space?
Usually when we submit drawings for a building permit and we see and we show these items on our drawings, we're under the impression that they are approved unless commentary takes place about those. So I would say my interpretation would be when a set of drawings is approved, that means that it is accepted.
In other words, not adversely adjudicated.
Correct.
And Mr. Chair, per comment, this is Paul Began, as practicing and registered architect here in the state of Ohio. That is the normal procedure. If we submit drawings and a building permit is issued without adjudication letter or plan review comments being issued, then it is assumed that the plans have been reviewed and approved.
It's an implicit, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, Mr. Brown, you can continue.
Okay, that was all the questions I had for the appellant.
In light of counsel's questions of Mr. Seckel, does the board have any further questions of Mr. Seckel? Okay. Mr. Seckel, would this conclude your presentation at this time?
Yes, unless comments are made, of course, that right. You would want me to.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the discretion to make further inquiry of you as we go. Okay, who is going to present from the fire department? Mr. Brown.
That would be Lieutenant Dan Crow.
Okay, I'll defer to you on how you want that to be presented.
Well, at this point,
you could Crow, I would do it. I mean, if you want to do it as a standard trial Q&A of Lieutenant Crow, you're welcome to. If you just want to turn it over to Lieutenant Crow, you're welcome to do that as well.
Yeah, no, I appreciate not being formal, so I'm happy to turn it over to Lieutenant Crow.
Okay.
Good morning, members.
Lieutenant Crow, before you start, obviously you can share anything on your desktop and we can put it up as part of the presentation, Or likewise, anything that you submitted to us, if you'd rather have me put those up, I could do that as well.
Absolutely. So I'd like to start off just by saying that the Ohio Fire Code is the statewide minimum standard for safety throughout our state. And my understanding of the code is that no local official can, either through enacting an ordinance or by issuing a variance, waive any provision of the code that would result in a lower threshold of standard than provided in the code. When I started my position, it was January 2019. I became the officer in charge of our Fire Prevention Bureau, which includes inspections, investigations, and public education. I became aware of this project pretty quickly because at that time we were doing acceptance testing and final inspections of the restaurant portion, the main portion, the above grade portion of the building, and we became aware, at least I became aware at that point, of the plans for the underground structure and was immediately concerned with it. As I've identified in my citation, I think it's just obviously lacking in the code. Throughout the process, Mr. Seckles tried to explain to me that there is some precedence for using elevators if it's less than 4 stories. And I feel like there's a very, clear understanding in the code that elevators, escalators, moving walks cannot be used as a component. I demonstrated that to Mr. Seckel and the building owners at the alarm acceptance. And there's been a lot of conversation about the fire alarm system. And I want to be clear on the record. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the fire alarm system. It works exactly as it was designed and installed and accepted. The fire alarm system effectively removes any use of the elevator during an emergency. The elevator becomes locked out and goes to the opposite floor of wherever that detector is activated. So if it's activated up on the grade level floor, the elevator will descend down, the doors will open up into the cavern, and it locks, and vice versa. If a fire alarm goes off down in the basement, the elevator will go up, it will open the doors at grade level, and it will lock out, and it is not used. And that's very troubling for me because there are actually exit signs posted on the elevator. In my discussions with Mr. Seckel, I made my point that there is absolutely nothing in my power as a certified fire safety inspector to grant any type of variance. I have to document what I see during my inspection and report the findings. Under the appropriateness of the penalty and unsafe conditions listed in the fire code, lack of a means of egress is one of the top safety issues you can find, and that's why I assigned the penalty that I did and issued a citation rather than giving any other recommendations for compliance with the code. And that's it. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward case on our side. I know there's been some talk, you mentioned, the building permit and the certificate of occupancy. I've had conversations with Mr. Risser, and I know he's on this call and he can speak for himself, but he's told me there's precedence on his side. I'm not familiar with the building code. I work out of the fire code, and the fire code doesn't give me any authority to give any type of a variance or authorize any condition that would be in violation of the code.
Okay, questions of Lieutenant by members of the board. Questions of members of the board of any of the appearing participants?
I have multiple comments to make, Mr. Chair, and I'm not sure what the appropriate time.
Well, let me just ask Neil, Brad, do you have any questions at this point in time of any of the parties?
Well, I do, but I think Paul's going to address my questions.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I mean, this is a very concerning, in my opinion, this is a very concerning situation. So I'll let Paul go forward with his opinions, and that may save us some time in the long run.
Okay, Paul.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would agree with Lieutenant Crow, and I would have hoped that Mr. Risser approached his position with the same respect for not feeling that he has the opportunity to grant variances on his whim. He's got to read the code as it is and come before us. So I'm sure at some point Mr. Risser may want to explain why he issued not only a building permit but a certificate of occupancy for areas that are clearly in violation of the building code. I'm going to start with the list of things again, that are of issue to me and should have been addressed and concerned by Mr. Seckel as a design professional at the very beginning. Should have been responded to by Mr. Risser during the review process of the drawings and also during inspection that are serious issues. This is a unique project, and I applaud Mr. Taylor for his investment. I think this would be a neat space. I think it could be done properly and safely. However, I think your design professional and the complicity of the building department in this particular case has led you to a path where you have a project that is not usable, at least in my opinion, in its current form. First of all, I think indiscriminately the use group was modified. This is clearly an assembly space, occupant load notwithstanding. I don't think indiscriminately we could call it a business use group, which is what happened on the application for this and is shown on the drawings. I count 48 tables or 48 seating people on the tables that are shown on the drawings and in the pictures. That means that there's only 2 staff. I don't even see how that would be possible. I think you're going to have more than 49 people down in that space at any given time. So I think even the occupant load itself is something that needs to be questioned, and the use group. Spiral stairs cannot be used as a means of egress. I think I kind of addressed that with some of my comments, and I'm sure Lieutenant Crow and Chief Strickling would agree. When you have an enclosed space that's only able to be egressed from a single stair, it's important that that single stair not only have the capacity for the people to exit, but for the fire department to be able to go down there and do not only their search and rescue, but to aid people in escaping that. I think any fire prevention person will tell you the scariest and worst scenario is going down into a basement that may have a fire situation because the smoke wants to rise up. So in essence, we've created a situation where the worst case scenario, there's no other way in. It's not like the fire department can go around the side and knock through a basement window or anything like that. There's no other way to get into this place. That the spiral stair, even if we were to accept it as a means of egress, is only enclosed by a 1-hour shaft enclosure. I've never had a means of egress stair enclosed in less than 2-hour rated shaft enclosure. Even if we were to get to that point, the fact that there's HVAC equipment that goes up through that shaft is completely troubling, because what's going to happen then on activation of the fire alarm, I assume that there's dampers to maintain the integrity of that shaft, of which case you're going to cut off all air going to those people who would happen to be waiting downstairs who can't get out, which is a terrible situation. And as far as the elevator as a means of egress, yes, the elevator can be used as a component, as a means, part of the accessible means of egress. But there's many requirements that need to be followed, of which it seems like none of those items were followed, other than adding a generator. The elevator used as a means of egress is required to have a vestibule outside of it. The reason for that is that becomes an area of refuge, so that people can go and have a safe place to wait while the elevator is coming up or down for them. In that area of refuge, there is requirements for communication devices so that the person can say, hey, I'm waiting in this area. I need some assistance. Please send the elevator for me. This does not have that. In fact, what is going to happen in this scenario, if there's a fire event down in that cavern there, the elevator shaft itself is actually going to fill up with smoke and become completely unusable, because there is no smoke separation between the cavern area and the elevator shaft. So I think all of the life safety issues in here are completely overlooked And I'm surprised that this even got to the point where, and I feel terrible for Mr. Taylor, having spent $800,000 on this fantastic idea, and it has been let down by his design professional, and it appears to me the complicity of the building department as well too. So I'm sorry to be that adamant, but a life safety issue like this, it's appalling to me that we got to this point. So my recommendation is to obviously uphold the citation. I think the certificate of occupancy needs to be revoked immediately. I'm not necessarily in favor of the fines as a means to ensure compliance in this particular case, because it's you know, I think what needs to happen is the certificate of occupancy has to be revoked until things can be addressed much better. So that's a lot, but there you go.
Well, hold it real quick, and but we don't have the authority to compel the CBO to revoke, do we?
I think in this case
we have the
do.
ability to uphold the citation, right? I mean, in front of us is the four corners of what's in front of us is whether or not the fire department providently or improvidently issued the citation and whether it should be upheld. Does anybody think that we have the ability to go further? Mr. Brown, can we go further?
Yeah, I would think that you can revoke the, well, here, correct me if I'm wrong, the citation issued by the fire department basically prevents the space from being occupied or used until it's remedied. So, I mean, if you uphold the fire department citation effectively.
So it's just it's a different means to the same end.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily true. I mean, I think, and not that Mr. Taylor would, but I mean, he could occupy the space and continue to occupy the space in defiance of the citation, because, you know, from his point of view, he has a certificate of occupancy, at which, and maybe then I would rethink the penalties in this case. So normally we use the civil penalties for fire citations as a means to ensure compliance. So maybe that's something we would just support then.
Mr. Chairman, this is Steve Rister, the building official. Can I make a few comments, please?
Sure.
Okay. So comments to the board and Mr. Began. First of all, I'm well aware. I've been involved in code enforcement for going on 18 years now, certified staff. I'm well aware of the procedures of you know, I'm well aware of the authority that is not communicated to the building official, to the local certified departments to write their own variances. That is not by in any case what was intended to happen, what was done in our mind. Going back to a little history, a little additional commentary on the timeline. Mr. Seckel and Mr. Taylor approached us for a preliminary review back in 2018. We've communicated the preliminary review process, whereas we can work with design professionals and owners to review critical items, you know, difficult projects, what have you, before design is completed, to try and help them obtain code compliance without putting all the time and money into a set of drawings and then having to go back to the drawing board and rethink things. And that's how this started. And when Mr. Seckel had approached me, I was the plans examiner in the department at the time. I was not the building official, but our building official was under contract, and he was looped into the whole process of what was going on. We frequently involve our fire department in a lot of these issues too, because a lot of them are fire code related issues, or it affects how they have to deal with an emergency within the structure. So the fire department was brought in to this, you know, at the beginning as well. some of the existing conditions that were noted to us, that this is an existing building. It's considered a story below grade, but it is not defined as an underground building. And that's because of the floor level is less than 30 feet from fire department access. Mr. Seckel had presented a couple of different scenarios to us on use. Couple other mitigating factors. The existing means of egress from these spaces was via an underground tunnel. Now this was existing, an underground tunnel that extended under city right-of-way and onto an adjacent property, and then exited to grade at that manner via a non-current code compliant stair. Looking at sections of chapter 34, when we got into kind of got into the details, the specific details of this, an analysis was performed in accordance with section 3412 of the building code, which 3412, we've used these before. I've reviewed them as a plans examiner, a building official at the time, and now that I became the building official, we've used these analysis before that allows a building to be approved where certain aspects of construction do not comply with current code requirements. In fact, means of egress, which is one of the lines, which is in 34.12.6.11, received the lowest score possible because of the means of egress situation. I agree that it does not comply with current code requirements. We did not intend, it was not our understanding that we were, in fact, writing our own variance. I understand the role of the Board of Building Appeals. We've sent many cases there before. We're fully aware, and that was not our understanding. That was not our intent, that we were writing our own variance. Our understanding and intent for reviewing the construction documents, reviewing the submittals, was that we were proceeding with provisions of chapter 34, because for the most part, this was an existing structure. The elevator and spiral stairs were alterations to that existing structure, but that's how we proceeded.
Let me ask you this question. Hold on a second before you continue, okay?
Yes,
First of all, I don't see, and I've been very creative with chapter 34. I shouldn't even say that on the record. I don't see any way I could get a chapter 34 analysis to work on this one. So I'm surprised if you could get one to do. But that being said, isn't all new construction in chapter 34 supposed to conform to the provisions of the building code?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so then how do we take a spiral stair and an elevator, which are new construction, and say that those don't have to conform? How do you make that jump?
I believe because of the negative score from 3412.6.11, and also the alterations under, when we look at 3404 for alterations shall be such that the existing building structure or system is no less complying with the provisions of the code than the existing building or structure was. That was, when I had discussed this with our building official as the plans examiner, had a backup building official at the time that this was ran by. This was the consensus that was arrived at, and granted that there were some comments addressed to Mr. Seckel during the plan review process that were responded to. That's the logic and the process that went into issuing the plan approval that allowed them to proceed with excuse me, that allowed them to proceed with construction. As far as the project closeout goes, you know, why was an adjudication order not issued by the building department? You know, we talked about these issues internally and with the owner and the design professional. Again, I went back to our prior building official, had some conversation with him, and another plans examiner and another building official, and because the construction complied with the approved plans, that's why the decision was made to issue the certificate of occupancy and have the citation come under the fire code. You know, we also in utilizing this, you know, one other section in chapter 1 of the building code, which is now, used to be in 104 for duties and responsibilities, now is in now is in personnel certification rules. It directs the building official to make a liberal interpretation. And at the time of the plan review, when we looked at this and we applied the provision to chapter 34, again, we felt we were making that liberal interpretation in accordance with the rules and you know, chapter 34, the couple of sections that I cited, that's what went into, that was the logic, that was the background in issuing the plan approval. If we thought there were any elements that would not allow us to make that liberal interpretation or did not comply with chapter 34, we certainly would have issued an adjudication order and brought the matter before the Board of Building Appeals. Again, I cannot stress enough, we're not trying to circumvent that process. I understand fully.
Okay, I think that we've heard from Mr. Risser that the record's been made on that point. I don't know that we need to necessarily, I mean, I think we got to move this along to determine where we are as a board in terms of the citation. Mr. Brown, I don't think you would have any inquiry of Mr. Risser because I assume the law department probably also represents the building department.
That is true, sir. And you're correct. I have no questions for Mr. Risser.
Okay. All right. Well, we've heard from Mr. Risser. We've heard obviously at length from Mr. Seckel. We've heard from Lieutenant Crow. Gentlemen, where are we?
Well, I think we know Paul's position. I'm in total agreement with it. Like I said before,
Paul's position initially stated was to forego any financial imposition.
I've changed that because it doesn't seem like the building official is willing to revoke the certificate of occupancy. So in that case, I think I would be in support of the maximum fine of $1,000 a day until either there's full compliance or that the certificate of occupancy is revoked.
Okay, and so having heard Paul, where are you, Neil?
I'm total agreement with that.
And Brad?
Mr. Began, Mr. Chairman.
Who is this?
This is Steve Risser again.
Okay.
I did not say that I would not revoke the certificate of occupancy. I have no issues doing that, but I obviously want to consult with my legal counsel, make sure that we're following the correct procedure.
Okay, and I don't know if we have the authority to order that either, based on what's in front of us. But go ahead.
I understand that, and again, I'll be honest. I've never had to do that, or I've never witnessed that, or been a party to that in my career. I'm not saying that I wouldn't be willing to do that. I just need to consult with our legal counsel, which I can do. So again,
okay, that's fine. Hey, Paul, Neil, Brad, maybe if we are to find our way to upholding the citation with some imposition of a fine or financial sanction, would there be a way to link it, if you would, to a cancellation of the C of O.
I mean, yeah, I mean, in the past, we have, what do you call it, hold it in advance,
Yeah.
in giving a certain period of time to comply, or can't you make it a condition that if the building official revokes the certificate, then there's no fine?
We've never done it with revoking a certificate, at least to my knowledge. And we've done it with obviously corrective action.
Corrective action, yeah.
But we've held the fine over the appellant's head in order to encourage the appellant to make the corrective action. In this case, we would be in effect, if we pursued that route, we would hold the fine in abeyance for a period of X. That would, and in the event that the occupancy permit were revoked, then the fine would, I guess, be mooted. Is that something that the board would consider?
My only issue with that is if the building official revokes the certificate of occupancy and it goes into litigation, it can drag on for a while, and you can operate as a business, and this is a very dangerous situation.
Okay, that's a valid point, Neil.
Well, at this point, it would also be, you know, for Mr. Brown to go ahead and pursue penalties and or fines that we would issue.
Okay.
No, and again, I would be all right with waiving, and at that point, if the certificate of occupancy is revoked, right? So if we put a waiver of penalties in the event that the certificate of occupancy it becomes invalid, then I think at that point, you know, if they decide to go ahead and operate without a valid certificate of occupancy, that they have other means to, the building official at that point would have other means to close the facility down.
Right, which would be outside our bailiwick. So I understand. Okay. Comfort level with that approach, Neil and Brad?
I believe I'd be all right, but I'd like to see exactly how Paul raised it up.
Yeah, me as well. I think, you know, it's a shame to penalize the owner for something that seems like it was not his fault.
And I agree. And again, I think this is a great little found space. I think it's a great idea to do. And it would be a great space to go in if I thought it was safe in any way.
Okay, do you need a couple seconds?
Mr. Chairman, this is Steve Risser again.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I want to get one comment on the record. It's probably insignificant at this point, but one of the items of discussion was a 1 hour rated shaft. The approved construction documents that we have are for 2 hour rated shafts with protected openings. I know Mr. Began had made some comments, and Mr. Seckel had well with regards to a 1 hour rated shaft. These are, again, it's probably insignificant at this point, but these are 2 hour rated shafts with protected openings.
Okay, and maybe Mr. Risser, since you're making some clarifications, can you give me a clarification why you decided it was appropriate that a business use group instead of an assembly use group for this particular space is in order?
A couple of items. Chapter 3, and between Chapter 3 and Chapter 10, give me 1 second. I'm leafing back through my notes here. I want to make sure I give you the accurate code section when I tell you. Assembly spaces with less than 49 occupants are permitted to be reviewed as Group B occupancies, and that's from Section 303.1.2. as well, section 1004.1 of the building code, the exception allows the building official to accept an alternative reduced occupant load, which where approved by the building official, the actual number of occupants from whom each occupied space, floor, or building is designed, although less than those determined by calculation, shall be permitted to use in the determination of the design occupant load.
So you're liberally interpreting yet another section of the code.
Mr. Deegan, with all due respect, that's the way I've seen a lot of design professionals, a lot of other building officials do this throughout my 18 years.
Yeah. For one or two, I'm counting 4 or 5 different code-ish items, though, Mr. Risser. And again, with all due respect, you've been before this board before, and we thought you've done a great job looking at interpreting the code. In this particular scenario, again, in my opinion, right, you went well beyond your jurisdiction to be liberal with the code. I can never get a Chapter 34 to work for this. I would never permit brand new construction because it was to an existing building, which again is an odd determination to use Chapter 34 for this in any way, shape, or form either, because these cavern, I'm sure, did not have a previous certificate of occupancy that can go back and say even what the construction classification of this existing building was. So again, in my opinion, you went way out of the way to liberally interpret almost every single code provision that applies to this. And in my opinion, this facility is completely unsafe. And I know you disagree, but you went well beyond your authority as building official, in my opinion. And I'm sorry to be so crass. And it kind of makes me very sad in this particular circumstance for Mr. Taylor, and that it scares me to think that this is happening in other jurisdictions, and that there's projects out there that are equally unsafe.
Okay, well, I mean, I think the record's been made, and we're not going to settle that score. I mean, at this point, let's see how you phrase the holding of the citation.
Let me throw out some verbiage then. Again, it would move to uphold all 4 items of the citation and impose a civil penalty of $1,000 per day until the code violations are abated. If the certificate of occupancy becomes invalid, the civil penalty shall be waived.
Can I ask one question? Is that per day per item?
Yeah, I would be supportive of that per day per item, sure.
Neil?
I'm good with it.
And Brad?
Yes, I'm in favor of it.
Mr. Brown, do you want to comment?
I support that recommendation, and I appreciate the board's comments and thoughtful analysis of this case.
Mr. Seckel, this would be sort of the last chance to have to make a record. Anything further on your end?
Just in support of the reduced occupancy load in the space. It was thoroughly discussed. This is not like a bar that there's no control. This is an event space. It's not open without reservation. Mr. Taylor has every opportunity to limit the number of people that are in the space. I have no problem with that being a reduced figure of 49 people. That was one of the premises in the first place, and I think that can be well supported. I think also just in summary, these spaces are solid rock. I mean, when we talk about areas of refuge and being separated in the definition of how they're separated from other areas of the building, essentially there's two spaces there. One space is solid rock with people in it. The other space is simply used for wine storage. It's solid rock. It's separated by doors. I think that the area of refuge, as far as a physical space, can be accommodated. I agree that it needs a two-way communication space from a two-way communication means from it. And in fact, we do have a proposal for that. So we would be willing to add the two-way communication to that. I think the ability to be able to classify this as an area of refuge is not as distant as perhaps was presented as in the conversation.
Okay. And Mr. Seckel, I'm going to have to disagree with you there because I can see you're trying to figure out a way. Okay, well, if we make these changes, we'll come back before the board to request support for it. The problem with that is if that area fills up with smoke, and again, I noticed from the pictures that the buffet table is actually separating between the elevators and the dining area. That's probably the most likely place of a cause of a fire. How is that smoke going to keep people from being able to see while they're standing waiting for the elevator? How is smoke going to stop from going up the elevator shaft?
Yeah, I have a little bit of difficulty understanding what's contributing smoke. All of the elements that we placed in the space, the bar itself is made of stainless steel and plate. The flooring is a Class A fire rated or fire flame spread rating on the flooring. All of the materials that were used on the tables are retardant treated. The hardest part of this project, and it's been mentioned before, that this is a very creative space. It's very creative. And unfortunately, we're here because it is so unique that there is no structure to contribute fire or smoke down here. I think that most of the concern that I would present is more of being able to assist a person who becomes disabled in the space.
Okay, there's nothing in that wine storage area that's combustible and or flammable?
Simply the wine casks, and they're full of wine.
Okay, well, why don't you, so that's incorrect then, what you're saying that, hey, we made the bar out of stainless steel, so there's nothing that can burn. There are things down there that can burn. Okay. And again, I don't want to argue with you, but, you know, I don't think there's any part of this that is safe. And I went through my full list with you. So, you trying to, and again, I don't necessarily think that we need to do this any further. I think the record's been made. I think there is a lot of work that needs to happen with this. And it's not just a couple small items to bring it into compliance. So
I would agree. I mean, the record is pretty complete. And everybody's been heard. And so with that, I would entertain a motion if we're to that point.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals case number 20-0136, the appellant is Rick and Carol Taylor for the premises Hudson and Essex Restaurant Beer Caverns at 51 East 4th Street, Mansfield, Ohio 44902. The appellee is Lieutenant Daniel Crow for the City of Mansfield Fire Department and citation number 20-02. I move to uphold the citation and assess a civil penalty of $1,000 a day for each of the 4 items. The civil penalty shall be waived if the certificate of occupancy shall become invalid.
Okay, I think that's framed the way we discussed. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the citation is upheld on those grounds and conditions. We have populated the record, but Mr. Seckel, I'll give you, and we're going to take a break, by the way, gentlemen. We'll give Nick a break here too, because we were going at it, and just maybe a quick restroom break and call our last case. Mr. Seckel, any need to be heard further?
No, thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Brown?
No, thank you.
Okay, let's take just a short couple minute break, and we'll, Susan, if you'll make sure we have our New Albany parties, we'll call the last case.
I will.
Thanks.
Okay, we are off record.
Thanks, Nick. I see that, let's see, I believe I saw that Matthew and Phil are present by computer. I'm not sure, Mark, I believe Mark Ford, you are here by phone?
Yes, I'm on. Yes,
Okay.
I'm on.
Michael Barica? Is the building official present? There was another 614, I thought, number. Okay, who is 614-400-6163? You are muted. All you have to do is hit *6 to unmute. *6 on your phone will unmute it. There we go. Is this Michael?
That is me. That's Mike Barica as well. I'm joining by computer and by telephone because the microphone on my computer is not that good.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. So let's see, is Ryan attending? Mark, is Ryan or Clay?
Ryan should be. Let me.
Oh, there's a 770-855-6738 number that's muted as well. That they'll have to hit *6 to unmute their phone. There we go.
Yeah, if he's attending, I think he'll just be observing today.
Okay, who is 770-855-6738?
This is Matt Guilfoyle with Harrington Group. I'm just observing.
Okay. All right. So you can just hit on your phone *6 to mute or unmute. Thank you. Okay, as soon as they return, then we'll get started. Clay is not going to attend, correct?
I think he'll just be observing today, Susan. This is Phil Friday.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Phil.
Susan, did we confirm if Ryan is on?
I'm sorry, Ryan is not on. He's observing.
Okay, I just texted him to make sure he's at least tuned in.
We have like 9 attendees, so those are people that are watching. We don't know who they are.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay.
Which is fine. They can hear and see once the live event starts back up, but they just can't participate. If they need to, if they need to be sworn in and participate, they're going to need to call in on the number that was listed within the invite, and like you did, Mark.
Okay.
Okay. But are you good with going forward with who's present? That's Mark, Phil, and Matthew. Are you fine forward?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. As soon as the chair gets back, they'll get started.
I'm back.
Okay.
I am back.
I think we're waiting on Paul, but everyone's here except for Ryan and Clay, and they are just going to be watching.
Okay.
I am here.
Okay. All right. Well, then that settles that issue. It's 11:33. Let's call the case that was set for 10:30.
Waiting on Nick. Nick, the court reporter.
Oh, we are. Okay. Yep.
Nick's back, Carl.
Nick, we're ready when you are.
All right, we are on record.
Okay, very good. Let's call the last case. Now it's 11:34. We're going to call a case was set for 10:30 on our docket. It's a New Albany Building Department appeal. It's case number 21-0014. And it's identified on our docket as Project Scarlet, CMH7, New Albany, Ohio. And New Albany's adjudication numbers noted on our docket. Let's have an introduction of the parties. Let's begin with Mr. Ford. On behalf of the appellant, state your full name, spell your last name, the representative capacity by which you're appearing on behalf of the appellant. We'll do the same thing with the CBO or with the New Albany building official. We'll have an oath administered. I'll get a waiver to proceed in front of a board of 4 rather than a board of 5 today, and we'll get started.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark Ford, F-O-R-D. My address is 1500 West First Avenue, Columbus, Ohio. And my relation to the case is we are the architect of record on the proposed building.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Friday.
Hello, Phil Friday with Harrington Group. We are the fire protection engineer of record on the project. My address is 1691 Wawona Terrace, Northeast. That's Brookhaven, Georgia, 30319.
Okay, is Mr. Isaacs present?
Yes, my name is Matt Isaacs, I-S-A-A-C-S. My address is 1307 Golden Hill Road in Matthews, North Carolina, 28105. And I'm with Harrington Group.
Okay, and Mr. Gorka?
Yes, hi, good morning. My name is Michael Borica. That's B-O-R-Y-C-A. I am the building official for the city of New Albany by contract. Our address is 99 West Main Street, New Albany, Ohio, 43054. Phone number 614-939-2254.
Okay, if each of you would stand, raise your right hand. Nick, would you administer the oath?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, Mr. Ford, Mr. Borica, any objection to proceeding in, today when we're only a board of 4 rather than a board of 5?
I do not have any objection.
Okay, Mr. Ford doesn't have any objection. Mr. Borica?
No, I have no objection.
Okay. All right, Mark, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. What we are here before the board today is a new project in New Albany that is replacing a previous building that we had presented to the board at on this same site. Previously, the board may recall that we had adjudicated a larger multi-story building with robotics for this location and received some dispensation from the board for that building. The end user has changed the building program type for this site based on their internal needs, and so we have been working with Mr. Borica and the West Licking Fire Department on a new building for the site. The new building is, we provided PDFs of the building plans and elevations to the board, and I don't know if you want me to walk through those visually, but just at a high level, the overall project description is a 2-story hazardous materials storage facility that will be used for storing and fulfillment of orders, e-commerce orders, primarily household type products. And we can get into the specifics of the products that are contained in the building and how they're stored as part of the Harrington presentation. But in general, there's no large storage containers. There's no drumming off of materials like we've had in some other, chemical, liquid chemical type facilities. This is strictly, it's all containerized. It's, I think of, Tide, dishwashing soap and, combination of different aerosols, things that you would find in a hardware store or general merchandise store. They're all prepackaged. They're, ready to be delivered to purchasers. The building, based on the square footages that we've looked at, will be of type construction 1A. The overall ground floor level is 727,433 square feet. There is a second floor level that is 237,302 square feet. There's also a small mezzanine within the aerosol storage area that's 9,979 square feet. So we are classifying this as a two-story facility or building of type 1A construction.
And Mr. Ford, I know the issue is regarding travel distance here, but perhaps you could step me through, and I think this would be good for the other members of the board, how we're taking an unlimited area which restricts the percentage of occupiable floor area by hazardous use groups and just overall building code, how we're allowing an unlimited area building be of such a high percentage of hazardous use groups.
Well, we're not actually using or classifying the building as an unlimited area building. Because unlimited area buildings are really, type 2 type construction. And you're right, there are limitations to the types of uses that can go into an unlimited area building. That's why we're looking at this based on, was it table, I always get them,
506.
Yeah. We're looking at the construction type as 1A, which allows for no limit to the square footage in a sprinkled facility of type 1A construction. That's how we're getting to the square footages that we are. We're not classifying the building as a unlimited area building under, was a 507.
Okay.
Got it? Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, I should have said that. When I used the word unlimited, I actually highlighted it in my notes here to make sure I did make that classification. The uses in the building, to follow up on that, are H3, H4, and then there is an office component, as we see in most of these facilities, that we'll have as a business use. There's also a break area that would be, an A2, and we have some training spaces. So similar to what you would see in a large warehouse facility. There is no cafeteria with, a kitchen hood. It's all microwaves and a vending for the food use component, the break room component. So really what we're focused on is listed in our application are three things: travel distance increase, a roof slope variance, and then the seismic design category variance or clarification / variance, I guess, on that. I don't know if I can show my screen, if that's helpful. At this point, I believe, the Harrington folks are probably going to want to show their screen. I'm not that familiar with Teams. What button, Susan, do I push to be able to show my screen? I apologize.
Yeah, and unfortunately, because you're calling in on the phone and not signed in as a presenter, you cannot do that. You'd have to log in as a presenter,
okay.
Just watching online. However, I mean, if you want to direct, I could put any of the materials that you sent to me up on the screen for.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, thank you. If you could put up sheet A100, that would probably be most helpful.
And I think I just did. So there is a little bit of a delay, 5 to 7 second
Yeah.
delay between real time and what shows up on the online. So you should see it now, I'm sure.
Okay. There we go. Yep. I can see it. Thank you. So this is the overall building footprint. Again, base floor plan, ground floor plan, 727,000 square feet. And you can see the different components we have in the building. So starting on the left, we have aerosol shelving. We say 2 levels because you can see the dashed outline of that approximately 10,000 square foot mezzanine that we've tucked into that space. If we go to the right, you'll see a large area there of flammable shelving. To the right of that, we have oxidizer bulk storage, and then a separation to then flammable high bay racking, and then an aerosol high bay racking component on the end. What you'll note is we have provided separations between each of these components. We will have various roof or ceiling heights into each space based on the prescribed code requirements for allowable of either 25, 30 foot high ceilings and as prescribed by flammable liquids or oxidizers. So there's no issues there that we're following the code. The lower half of the building, it's just under half the square footage, I guess, is you would see, we call the processing area. And so that is where the orders are filled. We'll have product coming in, going back into the storage areas, and then product going out as orders are filled. So the lower part of the drawing is all the processing areas. So that's one large area. So there, again, everything's prepackaged and it goes out, in an order box or an order, packet. The other thing I wanted to note, I mentioned the barriers the fire barriers between the individual components. We are considering this one building, but we do have fire barriers to separate these uses as prescribed, and we are proposing a combination of 2 and 3 hour rated fire assemblies at each of these areas, and they're listed on the drawings, which are 2 and which are 3. We've also included rated stair enclosures along the top of the drawing off the 2-story element. The 2-story element is really as you can see, it says 2 floors. It's really that, and I believe the next page has that second floor illustrated, so you can graphically see the relationship of it. It's too big to be a mezzanine, and so with the 1A construction, we can be 2 stories and still be at this square footage. Again, I mentioned some of the uses. We have, the aerosol storage, flammable shelving, oxidizers, and so it really is a hazardous material storage facility, a liquid storage facility, I believe and Phil can get into that in the fire code, is the ultimate purpose of the building. Travel distance variance number 1 is we're looking at H3 per table 1017.2 allows for 150 feet of travel. H4 allows for 175. We are asking for an increase based on the performance-based design analysis and smoke and egress study prepared by Harrington to increase that to 250 feet. So from 150 to 250, 175 to 250. We are using an exit component here of egress through this fire barrier, horizontal exit component, and the building will comply based on the shelving and racking layouts that we've seen with the 250. So we are not asking for anything beyond the 250. And we are designing the building to that. The roof slope variance, which is probably a little easier to understand, understand, less complicated, is the code prescribes on membrane roofs under section 1507.13.1 that membrane roofs of this material, thermoplastics, need to have a minimum slope of 1 unit vertical for 12 horizontal, which would be 1/4 inch a foot. Based on the depth of the building, we still are working to try to maintain a maximum ridge height inside the building of 45 feet. In case the building would ever be repurposed, we want to be able to have high bay racking in it. And with current sprinkler systems, we don't want to exceed the 45 feet. That gave us a roof slope of less than 1/4 inch a foot. We've provided to the board letters from the structural engineer outlining that they have have designed the steel for this roof slope and any additional ponding or snow that may create on the building roof structure. And then the third variance, which we've actually presented to the board on the previous building, is to update or be allowed or permitted to use the more current version of ASCE 7 that's listed in chapter 1613.1, and allowing us to use a alternative or more current version of that design standard for our seismic design classification. And again, we provided the board a letter from the structural engineer of record, John Brewer, outlining the benefits of doing that using the more current code standard. So that's a high level. I know it's a lot to work our way through. But really what I wanted to do at this point was let Phil Friday walk through their performance-based design analysis, which the board has also received copies of, discuss the fire protection system types we have in the building. We have worked through those with Mr. Barica and the West Licking Fire Department. We've looked at different fire suppression solutions based on the individual components or compartments of the building and the storage configurations there, and they have been agreeable to those suppression systems. We are not, Mr. Began, we are not using the fire suppression system as we had in the previous application to create an equivalent protection of the structural steel system. That is not part of our application. We will be protecting all the steel with either a cementitious fire protection system or encapsulating all this, columns and various components in a rated, UL rated drywall enclosures. So we are not seeking any relief relative to the construction type itself, based on a different fire suppression scenario.
Okay.
So having said all that,
let's hear from Mr. Friday then.
Okay, sure.
One question before we go, and just so that I can understand a little bit more, it does look like access to the second floor area in the middle, there's other communicating stairs. And just understand, are those enclosed stairs so that there's actually a separation between the floors, or no?
They are not enclosed, but they are within the 250 feet. You would exit through that horizontal exit, the wall that separates the 3-hour wall that separates the space, say, to the north from the south. And so, you're out of that risk area and now into a new fire area.
Okay, so these openings, they're kind of shown in the middle of the second floor, and I'm trying to show with my, and it's going to be delay for you, with my cursor here. Those are not stairs. Those are just openings.
So that's a great question. So what those are, the rectangular areas that are shown kind of nested up against columns.
Yeah.
In the field. Yeah. So those are HVAC shafts and makeup air shafts for the floor level below. They will be rated shaft enclosures as prescribed by code to get us, the HVAC in the lower levels of the building. The building will be fully air conditioned. The other component, I guess, I should have mentioned as well is, and I'm sure Phil will get into this as part of his presentation, but we are providing a smoke evacuation system in the building that it won't be an automatic smoke evacuation system, but it will be a manually controlled smoke evacuation system to be used at the fire department's discretion on how they want to engage potential fire activity in the building, or use it as a cold smoke purge. But we are providing that as part of the overall building design.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question again, just so that I understand this as we go and looking at the fire analysis. It looks like there are ceilings being provided. Is that?
Yes.
Explain what those are, and I was surprised that you're putting ceilings in this thing and not leaving it open to the structure, and just wondering why that's the case.
Well, when we look at the storage configurations of the different components of aerosols and oxidizers and flammable and combustible liquids, in the code it prescribes in the fire code also, it prescribes various height limitations of the spaces in which they are stored. And they vary by the risk factor. And so those would range from 25, and I believe the oxidizer is 25, the others are 30. The processing area, we're proposing a 30-foot high ceiling. The fire rating itself, because it's an H1 structure, we are looking at an hour-and-a-half rated roof assembly. We're going to rate that roof assembly and structure at the roof level. So the ceilings that you're seeing, based on our current strategies with the general contractor and pricing, those ceilings would not be a rated ceiling. It would be a suspended acoustical ceiling. And it really is, in response to those kind of volumetric requirements of the liquid storage and oxidizer storage in the fire code. So, and then Phil and Matt can certainly correct me if I misspoke there, but that is my understanding of the ceilings. I know we've done in conjunction with Harrington and teaming with them, we've done much smaller versions of hazardous storage facilities for the same tenant, and we've also put in drop ceilings in those as well to meet that requirement. So it's been pretty consistent, at least in our involvement in these projects.
Good, thank you.
Okay,
yeah,
Friday.
sure.
Thank you, and good morning. I think it's still morning, at least here in Atlanta it is. Appreciate everybody's time. So, Mark, appreciate the overview, and Paul, thanks for pulling up the documents that you have. If you don't mind, I would maybe ask for the same as it relates to if you have handy the smoke study or the performance-based design analysis report related to travel distance. I have it also. I could pull it up on my screen.
Since you're logged in as a presenter, Mr. Friday, feel free to share your screen and we can put it up. That way you can kind of flip to the pages that you want to.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Let me pull that up. And so while we're doing that, this is a good place. And Paul, you've had a lot of questions. Just to take a pause and ask if anyone has any other questions about how the facility operates. I'm going to clarify a couple things for you that Mark said, but Mark gave a great overview of it. But are there any other questions about how the facility operates, is configured, maybe why we did some of the things that we did before I kick off into an overview of this travel?
I have a question. So it looks like there's close to 500 people on each floor in the what's that area called? The flammable and combustible shelf storage areas.
That's what is based on the calculated occupant load. Are you looking at a specific sheet, Mr. Smith? Is it?
Somewhere I read that there's, no, I'm not looking at specifics. Well, I'm looking in part of your report actually, but
Okay.
figure 2. And it seems like, what are all these people doing in there? I mean, what are their job functions at this, in this area?
Yeah, so maybe let's go to figure 2 and make sure we clarify. So the job functions for the people throughout the facility differ. And so the facility is really broken in half, north and south. And so let me go back to just an overall plan. And can you see my screen now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. And so let me zoom in here. And this is maybe a more simplified layout that explains what's happening in the different areas. And so the north or planned north part of the building is where the inventory is stored. And then we've divided that up into different fire areas that require different types of fire protection. And then the southern half of the building is really for a small number of those dock doors would be dedicated to inbound and getting the material into the different storage areas. And then the rest of the large majority of the what's called the material handling and processing area on the south, that large gray square or rectangle, that is for processing of orders. So as items would be ordered online, those materials would be manually picked by associates who have dedicated work areas within the facility. There in the north half, they would put those items into a tote, and that tote would be conveyed down to or out to the material handling and processing area where they would be packaged, labeled, and shipped. And so,
how do you get the totes out there?
Conveyors. So there's conveyors, and those conveyors would go through.
Through the wall?
We have there's a lot of walls here to try to separate the different fire areas again. And so in those walls, we would have, there would be opening protectors. So you would have an opening in the wall, and then you would have a rated fire shutter that would be operated by a fusible link and a smoke detector or smoke detector. And so there's typically a gap in the conveyor. So the conveyor comes up to the shutter on one side. It really comes up to the shutter on both sides, and there's a gap left. A gap that's 2 or 3 inches in dimension or in width, so that if the fire shutter has to drop, it can drop after it's been confirmed that the conveyor is clear of any totes.
So these people in here are pickers. You don't, instead in lieu of robots. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Mr. Smith. This is a non-robotics facility, and so the facility the intent for what this particular site was going to be used for, I think, has actually changed 3 times, and so this is the 3rd. But we've been working on it in this configuration for, I think, 4 to 6 months to get to the point where we felt comfortable coming to you and presenting today.
What are they, in the 2-story part, what are the clearances for the ceiling?
Yeah, so I think we have those outlined earlier in the report here, and let me go back. Maybe Mark can jump in and has those 17 to 20 feet typically is the clearance between the ceiling and the.
That's correct, Phil.
Thank you.
Yep.
It's good questions all, and so let me know if there's others.
I don't want to, when I was thinking about it, I understand there's aerosols stored in here.
That's correct. You see the 2 aerosol storage areas flank on the right hand side and left hand side. One is for rack storage, and then the other is for storage on what we call library shelves. So they're just 7-foot tall shelving where items are manually stowed and picked.
So racks they're in. in large pallets or something?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So that would be rack palletized storage, and those racks would be for the aerosol area. There's actually something different about how we protect those two areas. The entire building has foam water sprinkler protection, except for the office area, of course, and the aerosol storage areas. And the aerosol storage areas, and this goes into the ceiling heights that Paul noticed and Mark talked about. There's you have different options for protection schemes, and what we found, and you know, we've learned some of this through some testing, is that ESFR is where you're able to limit your ceiling height to 30 feet, provides an equivalent or better level of protection than, say, a foam water system where you use smaller sprinklers. We would do ESFR and foam together. So ESFR, the larger orifice heads you see in a lot of storage facilities. The issue is there are no alcohol AFFF foams that are or aerosol AFFF foams that are listed with sprinklers larger than I believe a K11.2, which is a much smaller sprinkler. So it's a bit of a trade-off in terms of what's the best fire protection for those particular areas. But by and large, everything in the building is protected by either foam water sprinkler solutions within racks or ESFR with ceiling heights that are lower to where we can, where we have test data that we, can reference, or they're actually code reference protection schemes within the code.
Okay, yeah, go ahead with your presentation.
Great questions. So let me zoom this out, and I think it's understood that all of you have seen this type of analysis before on different building types as it relates to travel distance.
Hey, Mr. Friday, let me just stop you for 1 second, because I got Mr. Borica, are you present? Susan thought he might have dropped out.
Yes, sir, I'm present.
Okay, very good. Okay, sorry, Mr. Friday, go ahead.
Thank you.
No problem at all. So I won't spend a lot of time going through the process, because I think this is something that you are familiar with. But the code has a limit for H1 or H3 and H4 occupancies related to travel distance of 150 feet. And so this is one of the dedicated hazmat facilities, if you will, that just handles consumer products, the same types of things that you see in a CVS or Walgreens, the grocery store. We've said before in discussions about the robotics facilities and the other types of storage facilities that they have, that those facilities don't have any DOT classified products. They're routed to facilities that are dedicated to that type of product and have protection appropriate for that type of product. So here is the first example in Ohio of that type of facility. It's a somewhat typical design. So in each case, we learn things from jurisdictions and try to make it better. So here we have a 3-hour wall that both separates the building into different fire areas. So that's the 3-hour wall that goes across the center of the building, cuts it in half horizontally, and it's also being used as a horizontal exit. I think the requirement for a horizontal exit is a 2-hour wall, but in separating fire areas, it needs to be 3. And so we have performed an analysis very similar to the analysis that we've done on other facilities, where we look at the hazards and try to characterize very conservatively what those fire conditions might look like. And so I'll advance forward to the fire scenarios that we've developed. Something you can see here in fire scenario 1, as compared to what you may remember seeing from the past, is this very sharp growth to a peak heat release rate that's very significant, and that heat release rate lasting for 20 minutes, and that's the duration of the modeling and analysis that we've done. And so that's based on determining what we might expect a fire that was just a flammable liquid or combustible liquid fire to look like from data that we can get from various reference standards. And obviously, maybe something that is important to say here is the storage in this building is much like it is in the other facilities where they follow a random stow process, but they have to take an extra step here and make sure they're segregating the different types of materials. So your aerosols, obviously they go in an aerosol area, but they'll all be the level 1, 2, and 3 aerosols will all be stored in a random manner. So you don't have all your level 3 aerosols, which are the highest hazard, on one shelf or in one bin or in one area. It is random stow, and that's the same for the other types of inventory items throughout the building. And so from a fire modeling standpoint, we assume that it's a worst case in terms of the severity, the fire growth, the peak heat release rates, and so forth in the building. And so here's another example, and of course the heat release rate curve here is developed in the same manner. This is in an area where there's a lower ceiling height, and so where you have higher ceiling heights and so forth, you are going to see higher heat release rates because it takes longer for the fire sprinklers to activate. And so we take that information, we plug it into our fire modeling data, and I'm going to skip forward and then go backwards. So here's our some of the results from our modeling analysis. And so again, we model and look at the various conditions of tenability, those being the production of heat, toxic gases, and visibility always becomes the item that is most challenging. And so I'll focus here on visibility, but we can talk about those other conditions of tenability if you like. And so what you see in these the results that are in the report is where the visibility degrades below a 33-foot threshold. So that's where you start to see green. I just started to get an echo. And so in the previous image that I showed, this is what visibility conditions would look like at the time at which we have calculated occupants would be out of that area. And so you can see there's really no degradation in visibility here. We do let the calculation run out and let you see, what it would look like over the duration of 20 minutes. And so this is what you see. You do have some areas within the this particular storage area. This is the combination oxidizer and flammable liquids area where we have a 25-foot separation for incompatible materials. And so you see that at our calculated egress time, there are really no degradation in visibility. But if you let that model continue to run, this is what it would look like. And this does not include operation or activation of the manual smoke exhaust system that Mark discussed. We have been discussing that with the West Licking Fire Department, Mr. Bjorka, that there was an agreement that that's something that they wanted to maintain control of. Another example of the same type of analysis, here we're looking at carbon monoxide. Visibility is always worse. I'm going to skip right past that, and hopefully you're able to follow along. Maybe I'll zoom in here so that this is not so small on the screen. So you see, even over the course of a 20-minute calculation, we never have issues with carbon monoxide. And so back to our visibility calculations for the larger flammable liquid shelf storage areas. So we perform calculations for both the first and second floor. And this is what the conditions look like at the calculated occupant egress time, which we'll go back and talk about how we do those calculations and hopefully demonstrate that they're done very conservatively. And this is what it looks like 20 minutes out. do think it's, well, we'll go back and note in a moment that a change that was very recently put in front of us, and we're in some additional calcs to show you today, so we don't have to come back and do this again, hopefully. So this is our second level of the flammable liquid shelf storage area. Here, the calculated egress time is about 540 seconds. That is because people have to traverse down a stair to get out. And so you can see, because of the higher ceiling heights on this upper level, the tenable conditions are much better. But on that lower level, people can directly exit either through the horizontal exit or out to the exterior without having to traverse a stair. So I think we've done what we need to do there in terms of providing adequate exiting. So I'll skip back, and there was a question about how do we calculate the occupant egress. And so first we determine what the number of occupants will be. And in this facility, I think it's anticipated that there wouldn't be more than 1,200 people at peak, during the peak season. So we take those folks and we distribute them evenly throughout the facility, even though they wouldn't, there would normally, most of the year, that many folks would not be there. And look at how long it takes people to get out. So here we just sort of march through time and can see how long it takes people to get out of the various areas. I'm going backwards, and apologies for that. And so it's this iterative process that we've used before and talked through before, where we look at our expected reduction in tenable conditions. We overlay that, if you will, onto our exiting analysis results and determine what we need to do in order to make sure that people can get out safely, and that can be by adding additional exits and so forth. Building has a full fire alarm system throughout, full occupant notification, hose connections for the fire department. Again, foam water sprinkler protection, so an AFFF type foam for most of the areas, really everywhere except for the aerosol areas on the two ends where we're using an ESFR protection, and the office area. The 3-hour wall that serves as both a fire area separation as well as a horizontal exit. You have the rated exit stair enclosures on the planned north side of the facility. And I'll stop there and see if there are questions.
Any questions, Mr. Friday, at this point?
Do you show a route?
All right, someone who's participating probably needs to use it. Okay, try it. Okay, go ahead.
Do you have actually show an egress route anywhere? I mean, all these shelving units looks like a big maze for somebody to negotiate. I'm not sure. Did you hear me?
I don't know. Is
Mr.
that...
Friday?
Okay, he's muted.
This is Mark Ford, and I think Phil's muted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So that's a great question. You know, we will work with the racking vendors, the material handling vendors, as we receive that information, and we'll complete a, you know, kind of live or living egress analysis once we have that information. And we will work with them to assure that we, you know, maintain our travel distances to each exit at that 250-foot dimension. And sometimes that requires, you know, them having to change their configurations. You know, they're notorious for wanting to put horizontal conveyor right across, you know, where we want people to go out. So we have to either have them lifted up, or we create an up and over, you know, a camelback, that kind of thing. So that will be part of our process. The other component of this is, Phil mentioned earlier, that there is a full fire alarm system, notification system in the building. We will work again with local building officials for sighting of any exit signs. Obviously, we'll have, signs over each of the doors, but supplemental exit and directional signage, once that equipment is in place, is quite common in these type of facilities. We'll work with local building and fire departments to make sure they're comfortable with the directional information to exits.
So you do a layout that meets the distance that you're given. How do you come up with 250 feet to begin with then?
The 250 feet is based on the geometry of the building, primarily the depth of the building from north to south. That overall width of the building is what has determined that's the number that we are designing to as a maximum. We often, quite frankly, we may not need the 250 out of a majority of the building. As Phil said, the people on the ground floor level, once they exit through that horizontal exit, you may not need the 250 to get to that horizontal exit or to an exterior door. It's really the depth of the building that creates that. And what we do is, we will measure, egress travel distance, not as the crow flies, which is, I see people do that every now and then, but, or try to do that. We measure it based on real travel patterns within the building. And we do, account for the 90-degree turns. We account for the, the diagonal runs of the stairs, if indeed a stair is part of the egress component. And so, it's just part of the process that we have to start with a basic assumption and then design, and I hate to say it, but, kind of reverse engineer it to that assumption, and work with those vendors to make sure that they're still in compliance, or they aren't doing anything that would put us out of compliance with those travel distances. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but that's our process in working with these multiple.
In his report, he talks about a pathfinding program, I think it is, for egress.
Okay, yeah, that's the program they use to, I've seen that run in real time, where they populate a floor area. And we did have a preliminary racking plan for, say, like that 2-story component, and it showed the shelving units, and the computer goes in and populates that, and then the computer uses, I guess, intelligent logic, and has the individual's egress to the nearest egress element, and that's what develops those travel distances and time frames for them to get to those egress components. It's I hate to say artificial intelligence, but it's a computer simulation that they use. So and Phil's, hopefully he's been able to unmute himself, and you can probably explain that program better than I can.
So I'm assuming that people don't exit through the packaging area. Is that right?
Well, yeah, maybe just to clarify something on the model. So we do, for the occupant exiting piece of the analysis, and I've kind of zoomed into a snapshot of that here on my screen. Apologies. I have 3 screens going and couldn't figure out how to get myself unmuted. So that model, Pathfinder, the calculations were actually based on validated calculation methods and testing that have been done. And so while it does use some artificial intelligence, the results have been compared to what you see in real exiting scenarios. And so the occupants will make different choices It's understood, and there's quite a bit of validation work behind Pathfinder that demonstrate that it provides results that are conservative and can be relied on. And so, Mr. Smith, I think the question that you just asked was, people don't exit through the processing area. Is that right?
Yeah, the packaging.
Well, they do.
Or shipping, or whatever that is.
They do, and if maybe go back to that plan, what we've shown here is the exiting. So once they go through the horizontal exit that separates really your storage areas from our processing area, then we consider them to be out, and the travel distance resets, and so that's why you don't see see occupants moving around on this south side of the model. Our worst case conditions in terms of exiting are in these storage areas. That's where your fire load is. That's where you have shelving, and you have some, for people that are on either the upper level of a mezzanine or on the second floor, have to navigate down a stair to get out. They don't have to go through that area at all. They can all go north and go to the exterior wall, north or east or west, through different storage areas. That would be the choice that an individual occupant would make. Again, these are associates that are work in these facilities daily. There's an emergency action plan. I think we've talked about some of those things before. They do quarterly evacuation drills and so forth, but they don't have to go through the processing area. But in order to achieve our travel distance commitment, which is not to exceed 250 feet, they are permitted to take that route, if that makes sense.
So if somebody was in the southwest corner of the oxidizer storage area, where would they go?
Well, if they were in the southwest corner of the oxidizer storage area, so this area that I've kind of zoomed in on here,
yeah,
they can go any way they want to, right? So they could go through the doors that are in this wall, and they're not. Unfortunately, we have drawn a nice green line over those in this particular image, or they could go north and exit out any one of the firefighter access / exit doors, and all of those doors would be painted red. It's something that the occupant does that's unique. They're labeled. They have an exit sign located above. Then there'll be a manual pull station beside each one, and they all have panic hardware as well. Even though, I think for H occupancies, that would be something that is needed. And they could actually go from the oxidizer area. They could go into the flammable combustible shelf storage area if the conditions were such that they felt like that was the safest route for them to reach safety.
How deep is the building? How wide is the building there? I forget what that is.
Yeah, let me. I don't want to misstate it, and so we'll pull up the plan.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's 620 feet, Bill.
For some reason I remembered 630, but thank you. It's 620 feet in depth.
So half of it is whatever, 310 feet, right?
That's right. So half of it is at 310, and then if you divide each half in half, figuring occupants would be at the most remote location, that's where we would not be able to meet the 150 feet, right? So if it's 310 feet across, I see where you're going, and maybe trying to answer your question.
If he's trying to go to the parking lot to the north, it's 310 feet, right?
That's right. And so maybe I didn't answer the question the right way. It was where can they go? They can, in order to meet the travel distance or not have to travel further than 250 feet, they would need to exit through that south wall if we're using the example of the oxidizer bulk and shelf storage area. but occupants don't always choose the shortest route, or they're not always thinking about, hey, you know, that's just a code provision that we all try to make sure buildings are designed so that they don't have to travel further than a certain distance, so they're not exposed to untenable conditions or not in the building any longer than they have to be.
Well, that reminds me of this fire disaster. It was in Rhode Island. It was a station nightclub where people tried to exit the same way they came in, even though there was an exit that was almost not used at all in the building.
Very, yeah.
They tend to exit the way they came in.
Maybe Matt did as well. I studied that in grad school, the station nightclub fire, terrible disaster. There was actually a bouncer standing at the rear exit door, not letting people leave. Now, most people do choose to exit through the path that they came into the building, and there's certainly code provisions about providing 50% of your exit capacity through your main entrance and so forth. And so, well, gosh, that's very blurry. But I'm very familiar with that incident. We certainly don't expect people to be lighting off pyrotechnics or and don't have interior finishes that are combustible or have occupants that are intoxicated either. And that's not, you know, horrible. Again, that was a horrible incident. You know, that was absolutely an assembly occupancy, and I listened to the board's concerns about the prior space and so, you know, very different type of occupancy here.
Right, that's a good point, Phil. I wanted to build on that a little bit. Is that you know, the occupants on these this is not a building that's open for public or to the public. These are, you know, regular staff members that will be in the building. They do have regular training, emergency training in the building to understand, you know, the egress elements of the building and what to do under different scenarios. The number one direction that people have whenever there's an incident is to exit the building. And so they will be familiar with their surroundings. Like Phil said, it's not the general public. I think the other thing that's interesting in this study that I thought was interesting, at least, and Phil, maybe you can elaborate on this, is based on 150 or 175 feet of travel, a person will take X amount of seconds to travel that distance and to get to an exit. And at 250 feet, they take Y number of seconds. And what surprised me was actually that the delta between X and Y was not that great in terms of additional time needed to travel those additional either 75 feet or 100 feet. And I think that's important to note that, you know, we are asking for an increase to that distance, but it's not as, I guess, you know, the delta between the two is not that great. And we have provided, as Phil said, you know, increased the fire barrier, you know, from one fire area to the other is 3 hours. So, you know, once you leave that potential occupied area where it did have a hazard, you are now in another protected space that is separated from that hazard. So, you know, I thought that was interesting in the report, was the time delta was not that significant. So Phil, if you want to elaborate on that, correct me if I misstated.
Absolutely. No, it's not misstated. It is a large majority of the calculated egress time that was shown in one of the tables that I had pulled up before. So this is the travel time these are the travel times rather that the model determines for us. So 1 minute and 26 seconds, 2 minutes and 4 seconds, and then this one is well, let's say this is almost 3 minutes. It's 2 minutes and 46 seconds. And so a large majority of the time is in how long does it take the sprinkler system to activate? People may become aware that there's and certainly if they're in an area intimate to where the fire starts, they're going to be aware of it long before that. And then we assume that there's a 90-second delay until the fire alarm activates, because water flow switches connected to sprinkler systems can be set to 90 seconds. We don't ever encourage that or allow that in commissioning the buildings. And then we add a 60-second period or a minute for the delay time at which they might stand around and go, what do we do? That's maybe not realistic for occupants who are trained. I actually will say that that's really not realistic for occupants who are trained. When these occupants, when the fire alarm goes off, and this is shown again and again through their emergency evacuation drills, that they start to exit immediately or almost immediately. And so we have here, so 269 seconds or 4 minutes of time before anyone even starts to move towards the exits. But we try to be conservative in our analysis. And maybe to Mark's point, it is the delta, so 150 feet of travel. You figure typically that occupants, a group of occupants with different abilities could move at about 200 to 230 or just higher than 200 feet per minute. And so if you go in 150 feet, it takes you less than a minute to get out, all of the occupants, just individually. If you add another 100 feet to it, it's another 30 seconds of delta in terms of travel time. Now, I don't want to mischaracterize how these things are done. You have to account for maybe people queuing at doors, travel times through stairs and so forth. But you can think of it that way as it relates to, if you're asking for another 100 feet of travel distance and you know that occupants move at 200 feet per minute or higher, it's really a delta in 30 seconds in terms of how long it takes people to get out of the building or to a safe location.
Okay, we've gone a while. Nick, you still okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, all right.
Carl, I just have one question. And I would take this, I hope they would have this, but does this facility or will this facility have a regularly scheduled emergency activation plan that the employees are aware of and they conduct it on a normal basis?
Neil, they do. So they have a standard emergency evacuation plan that when the site starts to come online, they'll have a site safety manager who goes and implements that. So they would work with the West Licking Fire Department in terms of response. That standard, the standard that they follow, has them doing emergency evacuation drills 4 times a year. And so during those drills, they exit to the exterior and then they go and they account for them using the badging system that they have.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, go ahead.
I just had a quick one. I don't want to keep going on, but there was noticed that your fire scenarios, you use 2 gallons of kerosene. Is that correct?
So in the use of it is, and so
my way of thinking, that's not as flammable as a lot of liquids. I mean,
well, from a heat release rate standpoint, and again, so there's a random storage of materials. Some of them, quite honestly, don't even, from a building and fire code standpoint, don't even need to be in the facility, but they have a DOT classification. For example, an aerosol that's not flammable, the DOT is still going to regulate that in terms of transportation. And so really the larger size containers up to 1 gallon. And so, we consider the rupture of 1 gallon. Obviously, we just use that to develop the fire curve or the growth curve. It's not 2 gallons of kerosene would not generate a 14 megawatt fire. And so certainly I can understand where that's a bit of a point of confusion. Let me get to that heat release rate curve that I'm referring to. But we use it again to to develop this portion of the growth curve to see how fast does it grow to peak heat release rate. It's just for that particular material. And so it's a good question. Did I answer it?
I'm not sure.
Would you like me to try again?
Yeah, I just remember the other day I was doing a fire ring at a place, and I couldn't get a fire started. There's some gasoline I put on there, and it was like an explosion.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, gasoline is a class 1B flammable liquid, and please don't put that on fire.
And kerosene, in my past experience, is kind of a slow burning fire.
It's in terms of the ignitability, right? And so gasoline is extremely explosive. It's also interesting. You can flick a lit cigarette into a gas can and it won't light. Don't try that either. However, let me see if I can characterize maybe what 14 megawatts might look like. That's a not quite a school bus, but no, the school bus is not a good example. It's a very, very large fire scenario. So you're talking about a stack of mattresses, if you will, in terms of just the peak heat release rate. This growth curve, so for a stack of mattresses, our growth curve would look more like it would slowly grow, if you can follow my cursor. I don't know how much lag there is. And then you would get to your peak heat release here. And so, but for flammable combustible liquids or those types of items that there's not a lot of delay in the spread of the fire through the material. And so that's what I was trying to explain, is that 2 gallons of kerosene was used to characterize this. What we end up doing is looking at the heat release rate per mass or per surface area of a liquid. And so you do find that they're the same, even though gasoline is quite a bit more ignitable, and it's why we use it in internal combustion engines and so forth.
Okay, I'm good.
Any other questions of Mr. Friday or Mr. Ford?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do have a couple of questions. First question would be, why can't we put in some egress corridors? I mean, I think even when you look at the building code, definitely the commentary, it has provisions for service corridors in high hazard areas to help reduce that travel distance.
Paul, it could be done, and we looked at that and then analyzed it in the way that we have, and believe that it's equivalently or provides adequate level of safety, and so it could be done. It ends up being a bit of an operational disruption. There's loss of cube and so forth. Those. And so the goal was to prove that we can meet the intent of the code, which is to get people out safely. And so we believe through a lot of the design features that we're doing that. And certainly the ask of the 100 extra feet of travel distance in this unique type of facility, we believe we can do that. We have a high level of confidence that we're able to do that safely.
Thank you. Maybe elaborate a little bit on that. I mean, I understand from your presentation that really the division between these areas is, such that, hey, materials are not going back and forth between those areas. They're going directly from there into the processing area. So again, just kind of, all right, it seems to me like there would be an opportunity, at least in the divisions between the hazard use group areas to put an exit passageway or service corridor or what have you. So
maybe if I share with you, and I don't have it in front of me, but let me pull this up. And as we originally, or as we started to develop the layout of the building, 3 or 4 months ago. One of the ideas was to place rated exit passageways, fingers into the building, right, on both the north and south side, and not have the separation between the material handling and the other area, so to eliminate the horizontal exit. We really believe this is a better design, and so maybe that answers your question. Mark, do you want to add to that at all?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. We did study that. We looked at that extensively with the end user as well, and the challenge we were posed was to come up with an equivalent level of safety within the building without adding additional corridors on the ground, on these levels that would impede their operations. And so that's what we were tasked with, and that's what we designed towards to try to provide, like Phil said, equivalent level of safety with asking for this additional 100 feet of travel distance.
Maybe add one other thing, and it's, you don't see it here, but this material handling and processing area will have a fair amount of conveyance in it, throughout the facility, really. And as Mark said, we have to work through to ensure that the conveyance has humps and so forth when that might prevent people from getting able to get out in 250 feet. Trying to work conveyance around exit passageway fingers starts to create obviously operational concerns, and I could even say that it's not an improved level of safety, because one of the great benefits of these large open areas is the line of sight that an occupant has across the entire area to see a hazard maybe at the other end. And if you start to cut it apart with these exit passageways, yes, you would be complying with the prescriptive code, but I think it's arguable whether you're actually designing a safer space for the occupants.
Let me be a little more clear then, okay? I've already bought it in the fact that we're doing some horizontal exiting, right? So I think my question was not saying, hey, let's cut up the processing area with some additional corridors. It's really those, between each of the hazard use groups and each of those colors there, why couldn't there be a corridor there that goes, exits from that second floor at each end that gets you to a stair, either going out to the north or through the horizontal barrier. And let me kind of jump ahead to the second part of my question, just so you understand where also I'm thinking. All of this is based on egress of the occupants. What has to happen, and it was likely to happen, if there is any type of a fire event here, or even a chemical spill for all that matters, that the emergency personnel are going to do a search and rescue. So great, everybody's out in little under 9 minutes. Fantastic. Well, how long is it going to take the fire department to go through and make sure that everybody's out of this building? Because that's what they will do. So now we have that 250 feet is now 500 feet, assuming that they know exactly where a person may be to go get them and take them back out. The two parts of the question is, hey, I'm sure will come up from the other board members as well. All right, how much has the local fire department been engaged in this process, and are they happy and comfortable with that? And two, they have to either be prepared to fight a fire or do search and rescue from these, these points of egress as well too. So that's why asking the question, if you had some vertical corridors between these separate areas, that would give a safe enclosure for the rescue personnel to be able to get into the building in and out of areas that may or may not be untenable by the time that they're doing the work that they need to do.
And I see what you're saying now, Paul. And so, absolutely, I think we engaged with the West Licking Fire Department and Mr. Bjorka 2 or 3 months ago, and have continued to have conversations with them. Matt has really been leading that effort. Matt and Mark have both been leading that effort, and so maybe I'll let one of them or Mr. Bjorka speak to their level of comfort with it.
Yeah.
So.
No, you're right, Phil. We have had multiple meetings or Zoom calls with West Licking and Mike Barica to discuss these issues. We've provided them the plans, the studies. We've taken their input, both from fire and building, into the development of these plans, and have responded to their concerns. And Mike, you can probably address your conversations with Doug White and West Licking, and how you believe we've addressed their concerns.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. This is Mike Barica. In looking at the performance-based design analysis, the other thing that Harrington had provided is the egress modeling computer program that we had taken a look at, and it's pretty impressive. And the thing that it does is it took into account on each of the 3 modeling scenarios that they automatically took the 2 nearest exits out of the equation. So each of the scenarios kind of limit the direction and that people would travel, meaning they wouldn't travel towards the fire. So they accounted for removing 2 available exits to each of the 3 scenarios that they showed us. They also took into account the 1 full minute of hesitation time before people move, and then looking at travel time of actually, I think we were told they were moderately impaired persons at traveling at 186 feet per minute. So it's a very conservative approach, along with the egress model showed us the building components and the storage racks and all those other type of floor mounted obstructions were in place. So that along with the building design of compartmentalization into the different fire areas with the 3-hour walls and the horizontal exits between compartments, along with coupled with the hose connections for firefighters to advance from a protected zone through the building to 1, rescue people, and 2, fight a fire, along with also the different type of fire protection systems that we're hearing about that are being provided, the ESFR, the water foam system, a full fire detection and occupant notification system, along with manual smoke evacuation system for the fire department's operation. And I think along with all of that, the fire department and ourselves were feeling that the modeling design analysis proved to be consistent with evacuation of persons and in an appropriate amount of time, as well as then the fire department was comfortable with being able to search and rescue and fight a fire because of the way the design and the layout of the components I just talked about. Now, I don't speak for the fire department. I do know that Doug White had some conversations with his fire chief, and as I believe they weren't able to be online today, but I do believe they had submitted a written opinion or position in the form of an email that you should have. Does that help with?
Okay.
I haven't seen that email, so.
I haven't either.
Susan?
Okay, well, and I don't have that up right now. I have all of the things up for this meeting, but I don't have up that email. I mean, that's something we can certainly get to you. Mark, do you have a copy of that, or as a presenter, can you show that email?
I haven't seen any recent emails from Wes Licking. Mike, when did he send this?
Boy, I don't know the specific date. I'd have to find that.
Okay, I'll look through.
Was it a lengthy email, Mike?
That's something we can certainly.
Well, if you can access it, I'll let you read it to us, and then we'll get it.
Yeah, let me see. I hope I don't lose everybody by trying to pull that up.
No, I don't want you to do that either.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of here. If I minimize and try to pull that up, but I believe that's Doug White with West Licking Fire District was thinking that he wasn't going to be able to attend today's meeting, and that's why he provided the email.
So it sounds to me like it'd be relatively recent.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think it's since Mark. It's since that last period that we had seen the latest iteration of the performance-based design analysis from Harrington, and we had a special meeting, myself with Doug White, and we kind of talked through any outstanding or concerns that they may have, and Doug was feeling good about things, and had him send us a communication. Remember, if you remember, they were kind of concerned about handicapped individuals or persons with disabilities working on the second floor kind of thing, and so that's when it was. So, and I'm sorry, I apologize for not having that, but boy, I'm sure afraid if I minimize this, I might lose everything.
Okay.
Maybe this is a good segue anyways, Mr. Chair, to have Mr. Barica kind of let us know from building official's position.
You have the floor, Mike.
Oh, well, that's so yes, as a building official, just kind of reiterating everything I just had said, that yes, we felt that this was with the analysis and the fire protection systems designed into the building and the compartmentalization, and keep in mind that the egress modeling was using the code determined occupant amount of occupants, and the actual building, per shift is much lower than the tabular amount that Harrington used for the modeling program. So we felt quite comfortable that persons would be able to evacuate the building safely and in a time frame that did not impose a risk to them as any greater than what the code would allow. I think you heard from Phil there talking in terms of the distance between 150 feet and 250 feet was marginal with that delta time frame for doing so, for getting people safely out of the building. the rest of the building, as we're talking about, the 1A construction, the design approach for each of the other areas of hazardous storage, you know, with the kind of dilution of the materials that are stored together. And I think we hadn't mentioned, but Harrington's report talks in terms of nothing, you know, is stored in greater quantities than 1 gallon containers, and most of them are smaller, you know, containers of the everyday kind of household materials. We're not using, you know, bulk hazardous materials. We're not producing any. We're not storing any bulk hazardous materials. It's, you know, some of these are items of, you know, diluted, so to speak, water miscible items, some of them personal items. So yeah, we felt comfortable through the whole process here, and the multiple meetings that we've held on this design approach for the change in the building that they're proposing.
Okay, questions of Mr. Barica, or for that matter, Mr. Ford or Mr. Friday?
I don't think I have any more questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's. We've covered the roof and we've covered the travel distance. Is there anything else in front of us?
Mr. Chair, there was
the design category.
The design category.
Correct.
We've addressed all those, though, correct?
I have a question. I'm not sure who to about the roof. Maybe Mr. Ford. I guess you have a letter from a structural engineer saying that it's okay. You know, I'm wondering, isn't it different? It works out, the minimum slope is, I think, 2%, and you guys are proposing a 1%. Isn't that based more on potential leakage than strength? That's what I was wondering in this thing.
You're absolutely right. It both are factors. I think from a building safety standpoint, structural integrity, that's why we asked the structural engineer to provide us that letter to say that he is accounting for any potential additional ponding at the perimeter of the parapets with the lower roof slope. But yeah, we've dealt with this issue in many jurisdictions, and historically, you know, with the TPO membrane system roofs, you know, manufacturers, you know, they'll install it, you know, perfectly flat. They'll warrant it as perfectly flat. You know, it's the building code that requires the 1/4 inch foot or the 2%, as you stated. But we will be designing, you know, the roof membrane itself with the manufacturer that, you know, to sustain their warranties for any potential, you know, infiltration of water.
Okay.
Okay, sentiments of members of the board.
I'll go first, Mr. Chair. Sure, not a problem here. Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't have any concerns about the seismic design category, nor the roof. We've done that for other roofs as well too. Travel distance, you know, I think I understand in concept and could be supportive of it, but I think my questions regarding fire department input and their, you know, true evaluation of, hey, I'm comfortable going into an H3 use group area at more than 250 feet distance is my question, right? Because I've said this before many times, and I'm sure Mr. Ford has heard it as well too, because he's been here before us many times. All of us, we throw this in our filing cabinet and we walk away. The people that have to deal with what we decide is going to be the fire department and those emergency responders to this. So their comfort level on this is probably more important. Again, my questions were kind of like, okay, is there other things that we could do to make it so that they could respond easier or in a more protected manner? Possibly. Other than that, the tenant doesn't want to. You know, those would be questions for the fire department that I'd want to say, hey, you know, if you're not comfortable with this, are there other things that you could see or do that would make you feel more comfortable with it? And again, an email or something like that, I don't know if that's going to be necessarily the thing that's going to say, oh yeah, I think they've thought through this whole thing through. So I would probably say I could be supportive of this, but I would probably suggest a continuance to the point where we could have the chief and or his team come before us and give us their thoughts about this.
Let me ask Mr. Ford.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you. We're teed up to have our next hearing on the 22nd. Now that would be presuming West Licking Fire would be available, but that might be one thought, Mr. Ford, is that we kick the can to February 22nd so that we get the personal interaction of the fire official. But you were going to say something, and so go ahead.
No, yeah. Well, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I did receive or locate the email from West Licking. I can read it to you, and I'd be more than happy to forward this to Susan to be part of the record.
That's right. And you can't put it up because you're on.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't sign in as a preventer. I signed in as a guest, but I can read it. It's from Doug White, West Licking Fire. It was dated January 28th. And it says, Mike, based on the information that was presented yesterday and going over the information with Chief Kraus, the West Licking Fire District does not oppose the additional 100 foot of travel distance. However, we do have concerns about individuals with mobility disabilities working on the second floor and the fire district's ability to extricate them quickly in a fire event. There wasn't any information provided about this issue. That being said, the fire district would recommend that all individuals with mobility disabilities work on the first floor. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me.
Hey,
Mike, and that is the issue that Mike had mentioned that we had discussed with Doug White previously, was their concern of people with mobility issues on the second level.
Mike, would that be the email that Mark read? Is that the one you probably were referring to?
Yes, Mr. Chair. That's the one we were talking about. I was talking about.
All right. Does that email move the dial, Paul, in your mind?
Not for me. And again, I would want a pointed question. Hey, are you okay sending, you know, obviously, again, I think generally supportive. I think you made a great case. We can egress people out. Your model ran for 20 minutes and you had a little under 9 minutes for the worst case scenario of people exiting. So I think, you know, I could find my way to a variance, but again, all of us throw this into a file cabinet and walk away. So I would want to make sure that I ask the fire department those same kind of questions about their comfort level about being able to go and do the search and rescue. Obviously, they've already started thinking about it because they're thinking, okay, well, if there's somebody that can move really well, we got to go in and get them. And that's a long way to go. So already they're starting to think about that a bit. So I think I would feel more comfortable having that interaction. Again, not that I am opposed to the variance. I just want to make sure that, hey, we're not saddling the fire department with something that they haven't thought through and are supportive of.
Okay, Neil, what are your thoughts?
Well, I had some concern with the lack of the fire official not being in attendance myself. Email did satisfy me somewhat, but I can also see Mr. Vegan's point. I would not object to a continuance, and probably with his support, I would be in favor of the variance.
So Mark, well, let me first of all, what Phil, Mark, and Mike, what would be your availability on the 22nd to log in virtually if we were to kick this thing to then, and we could narrow and focus on the fire official aspect of this, I presume, since there's no need, so maybe, no need to make a new record on any of that, but would you be available on the 22nd? We're in the morning of the 22nd.
Well, this is Phil. We'll certainly make ourselves available. I'll say this. I'm myself surprised that we came in front of you without the fire official in attendance. I think maybe the team members share that. I'm not certain what happened. It's, that's maybe variance discussion, Board of Appeals hearing 101 is that the building and fire official come with you to that meeting, and that first you work to make sure you have their full support. And so maybe you hear some disappointment from me. I don't know what happened, but we can kick this to the 22nd because you do need to hear from them. I'm confident that the team has heard from them and we've worked with them. That we didn't insist upon a letter at least, or a representative to be here was, and maybe it's the case that they're out fighting fire, and so that's in all fairness. So.
Okay. Well, if I have the support of my colleagues, I think we probably should continue this. Sort of a point of order. Someone's going to have to reach out to West Licking. And to make sure, maybe Susan, if you do a resume notice, you could copy the fire official.
I will.
Okay.
Carl, I do have a question. What happens if Chip is official by that time? Would he just recuse himself so we don't have to go through all the testimony again?
I think so. And otherwise, Nick's got a transcription project, which probably is remunerative to her, however. But yeah, we can consider. Well, let me ask you this. I assume Mr. Ford, Mr. Friday, Mr. Barica, you'd be comfortable appearing in front of a board of 4 the next time, even though we're likely to be a board of 5? For the reasons Neil just stated, and that is that Chip Welch, who has been reappointed, but his paperwork hasn't caught up with him, has not participated in this hour and a half for however long we've been in the hearing.
Yeah. I'm okay with that. I would agree to it.
And this is Mike Barica. I would agree to that as well, Mr. Chair. I do know that on the.
I think it makes sense. Otherwise he's going to have to get up to speed, and you're probably heading in the right direction here, anyways, on both sides. Okay, Paul or Neil or Brad, any comments before we entertain a motion to continue this?
I think Mr. Brink has one more thing to add. So,
Mr. Chair, I hate to. I apologize for interrupting. It was our full understanding that West Licking was to be on this call. We had reached out to them. They've been they've received every piece of correspondence to the board that's been presented to us. We're reaching out to them right now to see if we can't get someone on the call. I hate to delay this, but I just want you to know that we have made every effort to get them to participate in.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's casting any aspersions here. But what Mr. Friday said is exactly correct. That's
Yep.
I don't know that we're going to wait to hear whether West Licking can get on the call necessarily. we're probably to a point where we're going to have to continue. At least it's only going to be 11 days. And we can, and without Chip Welch being present or deliberating the next time, I think we can agreed, Paul and Neil and Brad, that we can keep this focused on the outstanding issue with where is the fire department in respect to this.
So again, Mr. Chair, I've been told that Doug is actually on the call, but he's unable to speak. Okay. And he needs the link. He needs the link so that he can call in. Again, this is we're doing our best here.
Yeah. Do we have that, Susan? Can you share that link with everybody?
I can give him the phone number. He did not receive an invite because he was not on the list of presenters that were provided to us. But I can give that phone number quickly. 614-721-2972, and the conference ID is 843-176-027#.
Okay, then let's just go off the record, take a quick break. When he makes entry, then we'll just resume. Is that any objection to that? Any objection to that?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if you, in the interest of time, while we're waiting for that to occur, if you at least want to read through some of the continued cases so that we can get that on the record.
I agree, and I have a 2 o'clock conference call in court. I got it. Stay on the record, Nick. Our case that was set for 9 o'clock this morning, which was a Columbus appeal, case number 21-0009, has been continued to February 24th, I think, is what the docket, the agenda says. And then we had a Southeastern Ohio Building Authority appeal, case number 21-0012, has been continued to the 22nd. We had a Richland County appeal that has been continued to sometime in March, undetermined because we haven't determined our March dates. And that, for the record, is case number 20-0025. While we're at it, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from both of our hearings in January, at the end of January, January 26th and January 27th. Would someone move to approve those minutes?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Susan, so minutes for the 26th and 27th of January have been approved. This is February 11th. We probably should get our March hearings established, but is that something we want to do now, or do we want Susan to circulate some proposed dates? I'm open either way.
I'm happy to start throwing stuff out, Mr. Chair. I mean, March 1st or 2nd are okay with me for our single day hearing.
I'm good with either one of those.
Okay, so Paul, you faded on me on the dates for the single hearing.
March 1st or 2nd for our single day hearing that we have.
Works here.
The first is bad for me.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
How about the second?
Second is good. I'm good. Yeah, just about any other day.
Okay, so let's plan for March 2nd then for our initial hearing. And then I will throw out, let's see, knowing that we are going into Easter week, the first week of April, maybe we do 29th and 30th, or I would also be open at 22nd and 23rd.
I'm good on all those.
So am I.
This
is rare.
I guess probably telephonic, but on the morning of the 23rd, I do have a Hamilton County matter, court matter, but it's just, I think it's a status conference, but you know, we could do that, and I think I'll be okay. 22nd, 23rd, or if you prefer, I can do the 29th and 30th.
right, let's try 29th and 30th then. It seems like everybody's open for that. That way you don't have to adjust anything.
Okay. Susan, you'll send us.
I will. Do you want all 3 dates to start at 8:30 in the morning?
That's fine with me.
Sure. It's good with me.
Morning hours only?
That's fine. Whatever convenient for everyone else.
And then, the wild card here is Chip, but, we'll.
I will check with him.
Yeah, if he's got a problem, let us know.
Okay. And we admitted, I believe, the fire official.
Oh, good.
Is that the case, is it Mr. White?
He is muted. You need to hit *6 on your phone to unmute.
Yes.
Okay, let's do this because we're going to admit you. I want to make the record on this. Would you state your full name, spell your last name, and the capacity by which you're here, your fire official capacity, and then I'm going to have Nick, our court stenographer, administer an oath.
Okay. My name is Doug White. I'm with West Licking Joint Fire District, and I am the fire marshal.
Okay, Marshal, thank you. Would you raise your right hand? Nick, would you administer an oath?
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, Marshal. I understood you were sort of a fly on the wall. How much of the hearing were you able to observe?
Just joined now.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then maybe I'll defer to Paul for a second. You want to inquire of the marshal?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Marshal, question before us, and we take what we do here pretty seriously, especially with a facility like this here. All of us get to go home and put this in our file cabinet, but you have to deal with whatever decisions we make here as a board. So your input is greatly appreciated, and I thank you for taking the time to join us here. Question that we had is, I think the appellant put on a good presentation. They've done a lot of study and investigation in their report. I think, I won't speak for everybody on the board, but for me, satisfied enough that yes, we can egress the occupants with the extended travel distance. My concern always is hey, great, we got everybody out of the building, but now our rescue personnel have to go do search and rescue. So that 250 feet, becomes 500 feet to go in and out, assuming you can get rate to people that may or may not be impaired. So question to you regarding, hey, is you and your team comfortable and that extended travel distance, knowing that you're going back and forth, you're not going just one way through an H3, a large H3 hazard group?
Based on the information that was presented to us, we don't oppose the additional travel distance. It's an additional 100 feet. I just went into lengthy discussions with the fire chief, and we've kind of come to a conclusion based on, like I said, the information that was presented. I showed him all the reports and such that was presented to us, and I think we don't oppose the additional 100 feet.
Any follow up to that?
Yeah, I mean, if that's your position, you want to kind of stay there. I don't know if you wanted to necessarily comment on the extra distance for your team to have to do their search and rescue in again, we're in high hazard use group area, in large high hazard use group areas.
Correct. I mean, these were things that we had talked about. We have, standing operations as far as how we're going to attack this building. Obviously, life safety anybody that's inside that building is high priority. But once everybody's out, based on, like I said, showing that the egress, the models that they were showing, they were moving people out pretty quickly. The only thing we did kind of have a concern with, we have other facilities in our jurisdiction where they have tried to put handicapped people on the second level. We're not comfortable with them doing that. That's probably our only stipulation, but other than that, based on like the 3-hour fire rated corridor, horizontal, and this and that, we don't have any issues with that. But like I said, the only issue we would have is if they were going to have workers that are handicapped on the second level.
So, Paul, could we condition that somehow?
Yeah, I think we can.
Okay, anything further of the marshal? Any further inquiry by members of the board of Mr. Friday or Mr. Ford or Mr. Barica? Okay, where does that leave us, gentlemen?
Haven't yet heard from Brad on his position. I think Neil and I would be supportive before we go too far.
Yeah, I wasn't intending to omit Brad. He's intending to omit himself.
Yeah, muted. Okay, yeah. No, I would support it with, apparently they need to have a condition concerning the people who have mobility issues on the second floor. Once again, I think the Harrington Group has provided an analysis that is convincing that they can meet the egress requirements for 250 feet.
Okay, and I'm on board as well.
So let me ask, Mr. Chair, and with you being the attorney on our board here, if I was to say, hey, the occupancy of the second floor areas of the building shall be limited to able-bodied persons only, is that the correct terminology to use, or should we,
I honestly don't know what the correct terminology would be. Any insight from anybody that's in the hearing?
So Mr. Chair, this is Mark Ford. When Marshall White raised this question to me, I addressed it with the end user and had multiple conversations with them. The concern obviously is employment practices and potential claims of discrimination. What we did discuss, their practices, they do have individuals with a variety of disabilities that they do indeed hire and place in different tasks throughout these type of buildings, fulfillment center buildings. They do have individuals in wheelchairs in some of their facilities, which I guess how they've accommodated that is with a buddy system, that if a person is in a wheelchair, they have a associate that's assigned to them as their buddy or their team member. While we do provide an elevator to the upper level as prescribed by the building code to make the second level accessible, I completely understand Marshall White's concern of that individual being able to egress in the same time frames as a person with full mobility. So I think we have yeah, I think Mr. Began's question is well founded and is what is the proper terminology to define a disability that would be, prohibited from that level of the building? Because there, as you know, there's a wide range of disabilities. So that's.
Let me interject real quick here.
Yeah, sure, sure.
I think we, obviously you could do it, right? You could do an elevator and make it part of an accessible means of egress. You could do an area of refuge outside there and voice communications, and that elevator doesn't necessarily recall on the alarm. There are ways to do it. I don't know what extent we necessarily, and then you're also saying, okay, this is the one location, and what is the travel distance from there then? I think, in the interest of safety, yes, I think you could do it, but I think you're opening a bigger can of worms than we would be. I wouldn't think that the end user necessarily has any problems with an order that's listed on the certificate of occupancy, right? They have a fallback position as far as their attorneys go.
Yeah, and I fully agree with everything you just stated. Is we did look at those options that you just outlined as using the elevator for a means of egress, and we agree with you. We think that opens a whole different kettle of worms, or can of worms, I guess is the phrase. I think we would be, we will be agreeable to the limitation of disabled, or mobility challenged individuals on the upper level. We talked about equivalency of workspace on the ground floor level is also, a ways of meeting Title III requirements as well. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I wanted to make sure that we, have a clear understanding on the record of what the limitations would be for those individuals, or how it is put into the record.
Mark, is mobility challenged a term of art? Is that if you know?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a legally defined. That's a great question. I don't know if that's a legally defined disability, but I guess you could say wheel-bound chair. Wheel-bound. But yet you have people that walk with braces, that aren't in wheelchairs. So that's what I'm struggling with, is what is the correct, condition. And I think mobility impaired covers a broader range than just saying wheel-bound chair or wheel-bound individuals.
And I agree. I've already changed my condition to say occupancy shall be limited to persons without mobility impairments.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think that's fair. Yes.
Hang on just one second. I'm communicating with the North American design manager, and he's going to have the answer to this question. So he asked me, wheelchair bound only, and I'm asking him, is that a legal term that accept? The lawyers can accept. This is I think we all know what we want to achieve, and what I've heard before, and he and I, and Mark as well, have worked with jurisdictions all over the place. And when this kind of question comes up, it is they find places for individuals to work where they can work, right? And so those the storage areas are for picking of product. And so theoretically, a person in a wheelchair could move around those levels. I don't see why they couldn't restrict a person who said, "Hey, I want to work in the flammable shelving area," to the ground level, and not say, I can't. It's not conceivable to me that person could say, "Well, you discriminated against me because I can't work on the second level," because they're identical. But he's saying he'll have to speak with legal.
Well, I do think mobility impaired is at least the in the spirit of mobility impaired, that's what we're trying to get to.
Yeah.
If that causes some tension with employment lawyers or employment law speak, then I'm assuming there are ways to get around that. But I'm not sure that for purposes of our board, I mean, we'd like to be, let's put it, say, politically correct here.
Sure.
But I mean, Paul, aren't we? I mean, are you good with mobility impaired? Because I'd be.
I can, and if to make everybody happy, I mean, I think if we added a sentence that said, equivalent work areas shall be provided for those persons on the ground level. We've added it, and again, it's our order. It's not necessarily their order. They can fall back. They could take. Somebody could take us to court to challenge our ruling if they wanted to, but that's really kind of on us. I think we've talked about it enough and made a record that the obviously our intent is not to prevent any persons with mobility impairments from working in this facility in any way, shape, or form. It is really more of a safety issue related to the ability for a person to go to an increased travel distance, which we would be allowing as a variance to the permitted building code.
I agree with that 100%. Mr. Ford, Mr. Barica, are you okay with that?
I agree as well. As well stated, and I agree with that.
Yes, this is Mike Barica. I do too. I agree with that, and Mr. Began, that was very nicely put.
Okay.
All right, Carl, I'm coming for your job then.
Yeah. So, do you need some time?
No, and let me read them into the record then, as we've modified them during our discussion here. Variance is conditioned on the following. Number one, the occupancy of the second floor and mezzanine areas of the building shall be limited to persons without mobility impairments. Equivalent work areas shall be provided for any such persons on the ground level if required. This condition shall be listed as a special condition on the certificate of occupancy. And number two, this variance is granted based on the use, construction, occupant load, project area, and level of activity identified on the approved construction documents, including the maintenance of all building systems and any conditions required herein.
Okay. Mr. Ford, Mr. Friday, those conditions acceptable?
Yes, this is Mark Ford, yes.
This is Phil Friday, absolutely, thank you.
Mr. Barica?
Yes, they are acceptable.
And now that we've entered the Marshall, are those conditions acceptable to the West Licking Fire?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, well, we avoided having to come back on the 22nd. Thank you very much. I would entertain a motion.
We could also let the marshal know too that if a condition is that they get a new fire engine or something like that, we could require that too.
Do you want to add a third condition, Marshall, to that?
No, I'm not the one to do that.
Yeah, I guess you don't want to do that. It is a public record, a public hearing, but okay, I would entertain a motion.
I obviously said that in jest, Mr. Chair. And that probably doesn't come through the record, the laughter that came out. In any case, for Board of Building Appeals case number 21-0014, the appellant is Van Trust Real Estate for the premises Project Scarlet CMH7 at Beach Road and Gatton Parkway, New Albany, Ohio 43054. The appellee is Michael Barica, building official for the City of New Albany Building Department, and adjudication order number NA 2021-01. I move to grant the variance subject to the conditions previously read into the record and noting the no objection of the building and fire officials.
Okay, that motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, gentlemen, the variance is granted on those conditions. Is there anything further to come before the board on this case, Mr. Ford, Mr. Barica?
Do we, did that include the variances for the roof slope and the seismic?
Yes, if we want to restate the motion, I can, Mr. Chair, but it was intended for all items of the adjudication.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you. That was my only question.
The motion is to grant the variance based on your appeal, based on, and
okay.
With those conditions, and it unanimously passed. Mr. Breek, anything further from New Albany?
No, nothing further. We just like to appreciate the time in these matters that all of you have spent going the extra mile for us, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, we will. That concludes our active docket today. We do need to consider the approval of our compensating us for our preparation and our participation today. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, we stand to be compensated for our preparation and our efforts and time spent today. We've concluded, we conducted our new business on hearings for March. Is there any other business to come in front of the board? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, well, subject to announcing that we will, our next hearing will be Monday, February 22nd, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. That will also be conducted virtually. We stand adjourned. Nick, as always, thank you. And we'll talk
Carol,
soon. Yes.
Carol, I have one question. This is for Susan. Is the following meeting, is that on the 24th?
That's what I showed on the docket here on our Columbus was kicked to the 24th. Is that right, Susan?
I'm sorry, say that again. We have hearings on the 22nd and the 24th. Both
Okay.
start at 8:30.
I just want a clarification on that.
Right.
Yeah, this is the only month where we had a day in between, so we could get everyone.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. That concludes our time. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Great presentation.